Hi, Mary. Can you hear us okay?
I can. Thank you, Raina.
Did we hear her? Mary, did we hear you okay? Can you repeat that?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Bear with me. Let me just confirm that your audio is coming in.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Is she coming off the speakers? I'm up here, so it's hard to tell. Okay, Mary, can we try one more time?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, very loud and clear. Thank you.
Oh, okay. You're welcome.
Okay, let's try that one more time to see if your volume came down. Can you do another test?
I can. Is that better?
Yes, I can hear her just fine. Can council hear her just fine? Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Raina.
I show 901. Can you hear me, Attorney Lerner?
I can, Mayor. Thank you.
We're going to need you to close out our executive session from last night.
Yes, thank you. So
Thank you.
last night there was a vote that needed to be reported out for adjournment of the meeting. The motion to adjourn the meeting was made by Councilmember Trujillo. There was a second by Councilmember Mendoza Navarro. 3 members voted in favor, Councilmembers Trujillo and Mendoza Navarro and Mayor Pro Tem Cho. Mayor Robertson and Councilmember Guerra voted no.
Thank you. So that'll close us out of the executive session.
Correct.
Are we ready? Okay, with that, we will open the Selma City Council special meeting, May 14th, 2021, 9:02 a.m. Teleconference phone number is 1786-635-1003. The ID is 864-8422-2292. Password is 1710. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with Governor Newsom's executive order N2920. Could we call the roll, please?
Councilmember Guerra. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro. Councilmember Trujillo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho. Mayor Robertson.
Here, potential conflicts of interest. Any council member who has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public shall limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Do we have any oral communications?
Just as a reminder to the caller that we have on the line, please use *9 to raise your virtual hand and *6 to unmute. I see no hands raised at this time, Mayor Robertson.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the city council budget session. This item on the meeting will consist of discussion and direction on council priorities and goals and presentation and discussion of the draft 2021 fiscal year budget and capital improvement plan. City manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. The first item is to continue work on the city council's priorities and goals. We have put everything out on sheets of paper here so that you can discuss them. You can vote for your top priorities. We have in the past done 5. If the council wishes to do 8, that's acceptable too. It's just not, the goal is to define what your top priorities are so that we can reflect them in the budget and the actions and the goals that we take on in the year ahead. So if you'd like, we have colored markers for each of you, and you each would have a different color. So when you write things up there, we'll know that that was your goal. And when you vote, we'll know what you voted for. This is a little more interactive way for you to do it. Whereas last time we tried Zooming and doing it virtually because everybody couldn't be in person. And so we want to take this opportunity for you to be here in person together and discuss the goals and arrange them in a manner that works
Before we can
best for you.
discuss, we need to actually do the ranking, right? Should we go up there and write them in? Any input from council?
I'd like to state is that the reason why I was asking that this would be working approach the board, we actually talked about putting in a couple together, and one of the ones I had spoken to the mayor about earlier right now was that and I'll start it, and I'll just, let you guys know how I feel in regards to when we start talking about public safety. One of the biggest I believe that has put a restraint in our budget is homelessness. So when you look at safety, I look at safety in the police department and the fire department as that's, homelessness is requiring a lot of attention. So when I look at these priorities and I look at these goals, I ask myself, could we wrap homelessness with safety? Because when we start talking about budgetary items, I'm looking at a financial strain towards what departments. And that's just part of where I'm going with this. But Mr. Mayor, I thank you guys for getting together and doing this.
I guess a clarification question is, what does homelessness have the most impact on? Which services does it have the most impact on?
Well, first of all, I think homelessness for me, if you're asking myself, is first of all, it's a safety, it's a safe, looking at our community. Homelessness, if our police department, from what I've been hearing, that they're out there every week, and from moving shopping carts to getting with the hotel, that's taking time. And one thing that when we started this, and when this avenue, we started heading towards this avenue, I stated two things. One of the most crucial points of the police department being out there was to make sure you account for every hour that our police department was doing. I don't know if we did that, but that was something I had requested from the very beginning. Why did I ask that from the very beginning was because at the end, when we came to a budgetary, just like Public Works, if Public Works is doing something that pertains to our overall, if he keeps track of what the hours are spent, then we at the end of the year, we can go back and budget this. So ask, what does homelessness have to do with safety? If the police department and the fire department are using some of their assets that should be somewhere else, then that's something we should be budgeting. That's why I consider homelessness to be.
Is it working right now? Yeah. Tell you something, when I came here, this place regarding homelessness was all over the city, all over. And we chased them, not just the police department, but Public Works, fire was involved, code enforcement, absolutely. We chased them all over the city. There are none in the city right now, city limits. Now, they get on the tracks, they get along Caltrans. The only place they are right now is in a median on Whitson, Golden State, south of Highland, and we're going to address that. But I just want to address something that you said, Mr. Trujillo, is that we are not out there picking up carts now. There aren't. I'm out in the city. I see there are carts now. We did have operation at 10 a.m. on Fridays where code went out. PD was going. We haven't for a while, but code has continued to do that. I guess it depends where you want to put your resources. Do cops in other cities address the homeless like I have here and had my officers do here? They do not. But you do not have a problem now with homeless,
Yeah, but
which I'm proud of here
But
too.
that's not, we're talking apples and oranges. Right now, what I'm talking about is the feasibility of what it's cost us. See, you're looking on the boots on the ground.
Right.
I'm looking in order for me as a legislator of this community,
Mhm.
I look at the overall budget. And if I see that your constraints in your budget's using, I want to know how much hours you use, because tomorrow morning, as the legislator I am, I will make sure that we finance that budget and we budget it properly. See, because tomorrow morning, you might need a police car, you might hire an officer, but because you're under budget, I need to make sure that those hours were actually accounted for properly. That's what I'm asking for. I have nothing, I'm not saying anything. I pledge you, you guys been doing a great job. Public Works been doing a great job, Fire Department's been doing a great job. But here we are right now talking about our budget. And when we look at all these areas, we're looking at 25 to 30 areas, and I want to make sure that we get the best. If right now I had infrastructure number one, but public safety number two, and if we could wrap up homelessness to public safety, well, then maybe it'll jump up to number one. Right?
never
I
know.
mean, and this is just the discussion. This is where we're talking about, and I just want to make sure that, we're talking apples and oranges about, there's no homelessness. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the budgetary items that we have as legislators of this community. We need to make sure that we prioritize the
Resources.
resources to make sure that they're accounted for, so we can make sure we give them the amount of money that they are required to use. So
And
that's all I want.
Chief, I would like to elaborate
Yep.
on that as well. Along with that, how much of that was crime? That was caught,
Well, the street homeless, and we've talked about this before, they're the
Right.
ones that are involved in crime.
Right.
Those that are in the oleanders right now,
right,
those are the ones involved in crime. And city manager put something out, I think it was last week, because I went there and talked to the owner and the Westcare who's running it.
right,
And they told me now there's about 5 to 10, the street people that are in that program. Those are the people, once the program's done, June 30th, they're going to be back on the street here. The others are families or people down on their luck, they lost their job. But all of the street homeless, and I've said this before when I gave a presentation on it in the past, they're pretty much involved in crime. They're using methamphetamine. And how are they supporting that? Well, some of them have SSI.
right.
You think they're not stealing? They're stealing also to support that.
Definitely.
So that's my approach since I've been here regarding homeless. So you probably have the police department, getting back to Councilmember Trujillo's comment, that's more involved in the homeless now than probably in the past. Well, I know that for a fact because I was told when I got here, there's a bunch of homeless pushing carts around with stuff. And I said, I had the officers address them. Let's address them. Why? They shouldn't have those carts. Those are stolen carts. Well, the prior administration said, no, do not. Leave them alone. Let them do it. Just a different approach. So
Right.
getting
So what
back
do you-
to what you were saying, that we put more time into it.
So what would the percentage be that
Oh,
you use?
Gosh,
Because right now we're talking, right now I want to make a decision that tomorrow, that, where we as a council are actually making decisions to prioritize these. And right now, when I look at it, I had safety number two, infrastructure number one. If I could know that I'm homelessness would be gathered with safety, then maybe, our resources need to be, we need to, and that's the reason why I asked this question.
no, it's good. It's absolutely a good question. And I would say now, while I'm here, we have been primary on it, in front and center on the homeless. That the Public Works has worked excellent with us. Code, absolutely fire. We have meetings every Tuesday, task force meetings, and we address it. And that will, I will always address it unless I'm ordered not to in the city because I see it as a problem. It's a problem for business owners. And I saw it in Fresno, my last 2 years, I was in a district. My gosh, what a problem. And I was prepped when I came here. It's nothing like Fresno here, but there were big encampments throughout the city that we moved on for the first 6 months I was here. But
Cuts across all lines, doesn't it? It cuts
Yeah.
across fire. They set fires at Schaefer.
exactly.
Yes.
Public
Exactly.
Works is always out with PD. Animal Control is out there to take their dogs when they leave those behind. They're in the park, so that's Mike Kirschner. It cuts across all lines. It's tough to budget, but I think at this point, we definitely do need to make it a priority and address it because it's a huge priority area for the citizens to see that and to deal with that, and business owners to have their places broken into by the folks that were camping out in the triangle in the first place and Super 8. It's just something we have to keep our eye on. And the Super 8, we got to remember there are 49 people that are going to be cut loose in a month here. And we need to have a plan for that, even if the county doesn't, because if they don't do something, it's going to be on us in our situation.
I
Do
would
any
also,
Council members have any input? That one's very good.
So where was I? Can you hear me now?
2/3 down.
Two-thirds down the page.
community.
Customer service, partnership with community leaders, and customer service, streamlining, building owner activity with new purchases and abandoning, lots. Like you can incorporate all of these. The other, I think that was it. I had like 7 to 9 areas, that we can actually hit homelessness, and it hits all of those different areas.
Huge area, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like its own topic.
So, Mr. Mayor. But homelessness is affecting that. The police department, the fire department, the public works.
Mhm.
So, so
Beautification.
is homelessness that powerful to put up one of the top five? Is. That's why we have our finance director become creative enough to turn around and budgetary the police department. And that's where I was going with the allocated hours amount being worked on public works, safety, and fire, because then if we prioritize homelessness as a top 5 priority and we budget it, then we can allocate the amount of money that was being spent by different department heads to recoup that.
Well, there's some money that just came through the governor for homelessness.
12 billion.
12
12
billion.
Yeah,
12
Out of a
billion.
$75 billion surplus, he's allocating 12 billion, but there's nothing in that plan. I looked at the plan. There's nothing in it for allocation to counties or cities. That doesn't really, we're still at square one. They
Because
need
he's
to help
looking at the
us
big
support
cities.
our
But,
homeless.
yeah,
He's
but
looking at the big
But if we
cities.
prioritize our homeless,
We can request
we can
it,
start fighting. for it.
right?
Other resources like the home key funds are still available to developers to as long as something is allocated. I know, working with the housing authority, we're allocating a few more motels in Fresno to do the home key funds. And I asked, is that just for Fresno City? And he said, no, Fresno County. So whatever, if he asked me, like, what are you thinking about? And I said, I don't know yet. I have to look at what we have in the city to be allocate, that motel or what have you, we can use home key. Allocated, they're there.
So, I mean, this is just a tool for us, right? The budget, so if we just decide that this is our priorities and goals, then I think staff and administration will know that we want resources to go, we're directing resources to go towards that.
I think we gotta find out, do we actually some of these into those 5?
Oh, absolutely.
we
You know what
got-
I mean, that'll make it, then we can know that
Absolutely.
we have a clear
Yep.
picture of what our budget's gonna look like. And staff can go
This
at
is
it with it.
top line. I mean, this is our coming at it from the policy 9 miles high side. So that's, I think, a good way to start with the homelessness under
Mhm.
priorities
I
and
think
goals.
Me personally, I think after looking at they're being affected.
And I really do think that the city of Selma, from what we have seen in the past to what we've seen now, has really improved. And that's because we are all proactive and I think, we all have a passion I believe that we're not just saying, let's get rid of them. What we're saying is we have to find a solution because it is going to get worse. It's going to get worse with these prisons that have closed down. All these, where do you think these inmates are going to go? They're going to go to our neighboring cities. And it is going to get worse before it probably gets better. So if we don't get a handle of it now, I'm not saying Selma is going to be the answer, but I think that like I've said before in the past, every city has to do their part. And I think that they're doing that. I did speak to a community leader from Sanger yesterday, and they said they had a meeting in regards to homelessness, and they're going to want to do their part. So I feel that cities are becoming involved, and they're wanting to do, because they agree it's going to get worse. So,
We just need to keep that proactive
right.
Yes.
response from the PD. That has helped so much. The reason we don't have homeless in our town right now is because PD has been proactive going out there and showing that there are consequences for camping out illegally on the sidewalks and in dangerous areas. I mean, that's why we don't have it. At the same time, Selma's really been kind of targeted, as a homeless mecca because, with the Super 8, we started with, 80 or 82 homeless there. And, now we're down to 49, but we should get funded for it because we are really a solution area for the homeless. So we should be getting resources allocated here for it.
Mr. Mayor, you said a couple of months ago that I just brushed it off, but in reality, now it's becoming more of a vision that we have to actually, we need to entertain that discussion. I know you talked about that you had talked to the mayor in Fresno and said, they're building little homes and they're building these things, and we're gonna have to start talking about maybe creating a partnership with other cities. But I think that goes along back with what I was stating for at the very beginning. If we start calculating and keeping track of all the information and all the hours that we're using, and we create this budgetary item and make it really important, I think later down the road, we'll be able to get compensated back. But if it all pertains to, it's all analysis, you keep these numbers, and these numbers create funding. That's how you get grants. I've been I've participated in that. I still do it right now. And I think that we as a city can become the hub and the actual Central Valley. And you said it first. You said, hey, you know what? One day we're gonna have to start having partnerships. And I think that if right now, this is a great step for us because we could take this on and challenge and start creating the numbers and the resources we have, but then we could use the numbers we have, the analysis, and go out and get the funding.
$12 billion.
You know what I mean? We could,
Going towards homeless. We should get some of that.
yeah, we should.
I would just comment to complete the discussion and the full
Please, Chief,
picture,
yeah, let us know.
the full picture of everything. We do track our fires. And when we look into each fire and investigate each fire, and I can tell you probably 80 to 85% of our responses over the last year to 2 years are homeless related. And in this past week, that's jumped to probably 90, 95% just because we've had a homeless person riding around on a bike who's high and has mental problems, and he's been lighting fires throughout town. Just last Friday night, we had 12 in one night. Sunday night, we
Right in front of my
had,
sister-in-law's house.
yeah,
So,
Sunday night, we had 3 or 4 more when we actually were able to catch the guy. And unfortunately, nobody saw him light them, but we were able to make contact with them, at least identify who it is. The fire on C Street, which was a house fire, pretty dangerous because it did get going very quickly and damaged the 2 homes on either side of it, was also homeless related. Witness had seen homeless coming in and out of it because it was vacant. You see this in Fresno. We're dealing with it here. It's a very dangerous fires, especially for us that occur in vacant homes, because we can't go by the old thought process that if it's vacant, it's empty. So we still have to try to address a search concern within that structure to make sure everybody's out. Problem is, these structures are so extremely dangerous because of all the modifications and the holes and that kind of stuff. So they do have an increased level of danger associated with these abandoned homes that catch fire. And in typical cases, these abandoned homes that do catch fire are homeless related.
How about the ambulance rides?
Exactly.
Yeah, we can
Lot of-
track
a lot
those.
of those too.
We don't often, we can track locations, i.e. the hotel, how many times we go out to the hotel, things like that. You can track locations. It's a little more difficult because they're not always identified as such, as a homeless person. So if we go out for difficulty breathing call, it's not noted that this is a homeless person. But we can identify certain locations such as the hotel when we respond there.
Is part of those individuals that you pick up, is that dead money or how does that get tracked to get compensated?
It depends. If they do have a Medi-Cal or something like that, we do get compensated for those
They have an
calls.
ID?
But if it's a private pay type situation, in most instances, we don't. Yeah, it's loss funding. Yeah. Right.
Hard to track those costs, you know, to track the true cost of homelessness for the state.
Yeah, but one of the biggest, the tools, and I'm so happy we're having this discussion because, we talked 2 weeks ago and we said, hey, and city manager and the staff, they provided this, but right now, I think I've gotten more out of these 10, 20 minutes than what I got on paper, because this is exactly what we need to do. We need to talk about how we feel our priority list looks like and what we can incorporate together, because then it makes staff, the budgetary system, it works better. And our staff can work with a bigger number.
Well, we're all
because-
here, we're all in front of each other.
Yeah,
It's
and
good,
that's-
good time and good place to have this discussion. So we got homelessness is a big topic.
Right.
And I wanted to add one more note to one other thing to note, what Councilmember Garrett mentioned about, the release. I know the person that's doing our census, or going to be doing our redistricting, she did comment about, the census they're looking at, the addresses, like,
Where the inmates
where
are gonna be.
where
Yeah,
their
count
inmates
them.
are, I don't know if that's where they're going to be released, but that's where they're going to count them. And so that's going to end up, so it's going to.
Where they're released or where they came from.
It's the last address
known
that has been
address.
reported on their chart is where they're going to be released. Well, they get released on a train, but they're gonna end up in Selma if that's their last address.
Okay. They'd be counted as Selma residents
Mhm.
then. So that's a huge topic and it looks like we've identified that.
Okay, so we add that as a priority. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 priorities? Or did we? Because it
cuts
sounds
across
like there's
all-
so much involved in it that it could be its own priority.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap, but it's so big, it should be its own priority at
Okay.
this point.
We have consensus on that?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then in terms of what we want to add under each topic, do we want to do the same? Okay. About community and economic development? Where's everybody looking on that one? And could somebody write that down? City manager or city clerk, can you write that down for us?
Homelessness?
Yeah, can you, I think she's gonna do a page there. So community and economic development is another one. So many different categories.
Right.
Well, I mean,
This is-
us,
Yeah,
this
and
is
then
a
you guys can- you
discussion
guys can
rather
write
than
it down.
just going up and maybe
Yeah.
you could write it down for us, city clerk,
I-
if you don't mind.
We'll just start with economic development. Economic development. Many years I participated in this. Oh, I own a business downtown. Where does our community want to go? But economic development has, how our business is gonna come along. Have homelessness, people will deter from coming to us, right? Again, right? Are really putting in regards to economic development. I believe that Selma needs to have a heart. A heart when you start talking. Say all the other ones, but I mean, we can go. That's just my
That's
own
good.
thought.
Yeah, I don't think we have to spend a lot of time because we'll keep it out, but today I think it's just to get the main,
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I was at a chamber meeting this morning and then they're starting a downtown. They have a setup on it for next Wednesday, open house. And I guess the city did hire this Jan to set up something. We just talked about it this morning and it's great because they're trying to get the businesses of downtown to be alliance. Has actually worked in Ridley and Visalia, forming their businesses alliance downtowns. So I think that would be a really good start. She's kind of new in this area, but she does know enough. Then that would some guidance, not like you say, not all businesses going to be jump on board, but I think slowly, I think one by one, and I agree with downtown, should be a part because that's really important and
Downtown is
Yeah.
is unique. There are other equally important areas commercially that we want to expand in. But downtown is really the heart and can really attract people and does bring people in as a business. Now, is that, you were talking about the chamber, is that in connection with the city?
this is.
Yes.
It's the same one, right?
Yeah,
Right.
we received
Our
a,
path has been going. We've been going there. Our path has been going.
So then we stop by and they're gonna talk to us and from the town. About what we're looking for in the town, what we'd like to see at night, what we like to
Yeah.
see in terms of.
Farmers
pedestrian
markets,
Friendly
you
farmers
know.
markets.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Things
what
like that to
people
bring
ask
people
about that all
downtown.
the time.
Bring it alive, more
And so when we,
restaurants,
and so
more
when we say,
eateries.
so when we say that, I mean, I don't want to use my own business, but I'm reconstructing, I'm trying to get right. But as a downtown business owner, and I'll say it, I want competition. But in reality, what do we as a city of owners like myself gonna do to make sure? What do we have to offer to our business owners downtown? Give them the incentive or the lucrative or the assistance to get them, to spark them, to get moving towards that direction. One thing I believe in is that we should have uniformity. I'm gonna use Kingsburg. Kingsburg has what do they got that?
Swedish.
They got the Swedish. So what do we have? And I'm actually right now speaking in that because I'm thinking, what am I gonna put in my front construction, right? So what's Selma have?
Right.
What are we doing? So
What's
Right.
the theme?
what's the theme? Economic development, I think that if we even want to start that, we should talk about that. More than, we
Something
gotta
that
put
really
money down.
is the
We can talk all we
character of
want.
Selma. It's the identity. of
Councilman
Selma.
Guerrero, we've been here 2 years. We've been talking about our downtown.
We have-
gotta put money where.
We've
we-
had
we
this
gotta put it.
conversation, like,
Yeah.
Councilmember Trujillo mentioned. We've had this conversation years ago when business owners did get together and wanted to we talked about what our concerns are for downtown. And that was one of the things that we did talk about was making our downtown look like Kingsburg's. Do we want to do a theme or do we just want to do a color coordination? We had that conversation before and
Which is a facade gonna cost.
yeah, how much is that facade? Just to change it out because we do need to beautify our downtown.
And there's a lot of people that they're there that don't own the building.
Right,
And-
right.
And so I'm speaking as an owner, but I know a lot of neighbors that they don't own the building, so they're just strapped.
Right.
But we as a city, in order to make our economic development move forward, as owners, we need to invest.
Mm.
So we dipped our toe in the water. We have a
Yes.
$5,000 grant with the city, matching grant, and you have up to 5 years to pay it back interest free. That's a good start, but we can go more. For those economic incentives to make buildings look, especially if we come up with an architectural review committee.
And those can be done in the overlay project that's going on right now. So, yeah.
I put the community and economic development is I just looked at everything that had business, like business wording in there or something that had to do with business. So, you know, with the downtown, it would be, of course, the attraction and retention, focusing on, you know, quality job opportunities. And that really is just across the city. The Chamber of Commerce, you know, like Mayor Pro Tem analysis, gathering work relationships, streamlining activity with new, et cetera. So there was a few things, you know, that ended up falling within those community economic development, but they were also like with businesses, the public safety, the customer business analysis, sales tax leakage, make sure that we're collecting. And so I agree, you know, we do need downtown, more businesses downtown and more attractions, but that's how I ended up incorporating everything into that community and economic development was I looked at everything. Growth.
Yeah, I think all those grants, we have probably several $100,000 in grants that are being invested right now. And you'll start to see, the action that comes from that.
Out of their downtown, 'cause they'll
Yes. And that business improvement district formation, that's the great tool that Jan's going to be sharing with the business community. And that's guided by the business community. So that's the whole point. She really made it clear that city staff should not have a large presence there. It really is driven by the needs of the businesses, even though the city is sponsoring it. Yeah.
grant.
But Mr. Mayor, got to roll with downtown. We got. And I understand what the city's doing. The presence of, in
And I think a second in rows, that will help. That'll bring, and a city sign, a City of Selma.
$55,000 is what, and that amount is actually currently budgeted
That is
Already
budgeted.
That-
In the proposed budget.
in the proposed
And that's
budget.
for the sign.
Proposed
but
budget,
That's for
sorry.
the sign. in second. That's not for a welcome to Selma sign.
That's
Second, is that
correct.
Okay. And is there do you have any efforts going on welcome to Selma sign?
where would that be?
Yeah, that's what, we're, after the last presentation, that's one of the things we are looking into. We focused on the Christmas at first. That was the direction, but
And I think bringing speakers downtown.
Music.
Courtesy of
Mhm.
Shane. And I think
What's the amount on the speaker? What's the square, what's the area that would be funded?
So some of the preliminary estimates we were looking at maybe 40 to 60, a wireless system, depending on what you're doing. The preliminary starting point we kind of looked at, it was starting at the art center, using that the focal point that has the receiver, the system itself, and bridging it from there and expanding out. That pretty much got us from like second to I think first, I believe. So it all depends on how much you want to put in there and how far you can go down the system. And we're actually again looking at, we're not just looking at programs to look at feasibility studies and program what that looks like. We're also looking at allocating capital improvement dollars. We have a CDBG project that's actually going to be fixing the sidewalks, but by doing so, we're looking at the electrical within those sidewalks so that we can plug that system in, connect them to the lighting system, because that's part of our issues. We have some breaks, we have some rips in the sidewalk. So it's the programs along with capital improvement dollars to go hand in hand together.
What's the time frame? What is the time frame for that, that project that you're speaking of, that you want to entice or put in the system?
The CDBG, the CDBG project is again fixing the electrical and stuff like that. That is our 1920 project, I believe. I can look that up while while you continue
It
to
should be in the
conversate.
year ahead.
About is,
Yeah.
what are we looking at in time frame? When do we anticipate
It
the
started-
CDBG project to start?
I think it's supposed to be in the spring of this year, the
Spring of this
upcoming
year.
year.
So then, Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
if we're talking
I'll look it
about
up.
spring of this year,
I would
the
just
money-
encourage you to speak in your mic.
if we can talk about allocating the amount or budgeting or figuring out what the amount is for the speaker system. And that would be one of the partial steps that I'm talking about in regards to economic development towards the downtown.
Agree.
Also Chamber, I think we talked to Chamber about putting banners up for all the seasons, you know, like how Kingsburg has their different colors thing. And we looked into it so far already. We figured Christmas, we already have all our banners for Christmas. And we talked about during maybe Memorial Day through July, we could do flags. And then basically we need spring and fall. So we've already got a quote on banners. We're looking into it. Like I say, Chamber has been working on that because we thought that would be a great, you know,
Yeah.
assets for our downtown, at least some colorful.
That'll make it
you
look
know,
Very
and
nice.
then we
nice.
still have the, I guess, the Pride one coming up.
Oh, yeah, Pride's gonna be.
Yeah,
is
Pride
it
one is gonna be coming
June
up
or July?
pretty soon, yeah.
June.
So
June.
that would leave some colors downtown
Yeah.
also.
I just have a quick question as well. I think maybe what I would like to know is, in speaking to some of the building owners that are downtown, they've been wanting to paint their buildings, but they're holding off because they're for doing a color coordination.
Oh.
So is that something that maybe at this point, can we start with a small project like that? Would we be able to incorporate something like that for the downtown?
We can definitely look at that, look at planning, doing at least a recommended palette, or even if they can pull out a palette and you all adopt it, certainly.
Something like that,
And then put it in the code, write
I
it
mean,
into
is
the
that
code. We're
something
redoing our
about-
codes anyway.
Yeah, no,
Right,
I'm re-
'cause-
I'm ready. I'm almost. done.
yeah, some people
yeah.
they're holding off
Yeah.
because they don't want to paint their building right now.
But that would be awesome because now we're
Mhm.
getting uniformity.
Mm-hmm.
We're
Mhm.
getting, we're getting the biggest thing is we're getting action and people are gonna start.
Colors.
to-
Selma
colors.
Pride, Selma Colors. People take pride, you know, in their town, they take pride in the way their buildings look, and the landlords aren't just collecting money. And ultimately landlords will sign on because they'll rent, the more popular Selma becomes. It
Mhm.
makes sense.
What was the amount that you had in regards to the spring and fall?
It did say 40 of them, like $2,000. It was really not, you know, that big of a thing, you know, to me, because we're looking toward it and I mean, they say it's ready. We have, I don't know how many, I think Bob came up with 40, maybe 50 poles, whatever poles you need. You already have things hooked up already, so all you do, you have to change it per season. And that would be, you already have the lights up. So to me, it just.
Yeah.
Depending on how far, which way you're going, is down Second, down Hyde. I don't know, East Front doesn't have much,
Oh, that would look very nice. It brings
It'd be kind of nice to
pride
do a
and,
little bit more than just one street.
That
So we
would do it
do-
all around, do it all
Right.
around the whole area.
Because I say mostly my street never has anything.
So we, and just talking in general, we're looking at the marquee about $50,000, right? And we look some speaker system, like 40 or 60,000. And the spring and fall, we're looking at 4,000. So, and you're saying allocated, that we already have the allocated budget, the marquee. So we're probably looking at $64,000. This is economic development. This is a step forward. This is talking and saying that we want to beautify our community. This is investing in our community.
Right.
This is showing owners that we have, that we are pro building, and these are the things that we need to be talking about. And I'm happy that we're having these discussions, because this is walking towards the right direction.
And then also, I was happy to see that the city manager helped us get that grant for the fiber,
oh,
to
yeah.
have an intern research the fiber, because I've had that. I've had people who are, one in particular, who's a telecommuter from Google, who said, you've got some opportunities with these buildings downtown that programmers and coders would like, in this new economy. But what kind of fiber do you have? I mean, these are things that we have to know, and we have to be able to sell as a city to attract this new part of the economy that's technologically related. I mean, I think we're all looking at that old high school gym as something that could really be developed and something that could really be used in its part of downtown. And there are other buildings like that too, that could be remodeled and developed into something a little different for different uses than we've seen before. But that would be a necessary first step, and I think that's a really good one.
Absolutely. Identifying what we have and where our gaps are so that we can plan for infrastructure that's needed to bring business, and just the way we all live, work, and play now, need to have high speed, internet.
And with that segue, we'll move on to infrastructure. We want to start with Councilmember Mendoza Navarro this time.
So with the infrastructure, I went through just in what all fits into the infrastructure. And so public safety is one. If I can't drive down the road without hitting a pothole, then, I can cause an accident, somebody else can hit me. So we really need to make sure that it's done. A lot of that is also things that are underneath, like we really, what is underneath, our roads, we have, the sewer lines, water lines, we have all of that. We need to make sure that that's all, up to par. And the other thing too is in looking at the sewer lines and the water lines and all of that, we also need that kind of connectivity to other arteries, areas, so that then it ties back into the community development, community and economic development. So the signs are important, signs, the sidewalks are all important. So I felt that infrastructure as a whole just also ties into just many. I've had some constituents tell me about crosswalks off on McCall. There's not enough crosswalks. There's one like way down at the end, but there's not one going directly like from the apartments to the shopping center there. So crosswalks, sewer system, the main provide growth. The sewer drain lines, there's someone off of that one that we talked about where he has that bird bath or something, the puddle that always, the new development, I can't think of
The storm drain? Yeah,
yes,
the storm drain.
So a lot of those, with the developments, the storm drains are not, they end up backing up. So there's just a lot that falls under the infrastructure. So, but my number one would be to make sure that we do that trunk line and make sure that we have those to be able to have businesses, developers and so that we can have that housing for the permanent, supportive
Gotta
housing and the
support the
senior
housing.
housing and, all the balanced housing, so.
I know since I've been attending council meetings way for many years and being on council now, infrastructure has always been an issue for the city of Selma. And we've known that for years now, and it's so unfortunate that infrastructure is one of our major issues because we can't grow. We can't put a new housing development because we have these issues, and that is going to always be an issue if we don't get the proper grants, or if we don't get, it's always either we can't qualify because we don't fall in the, what is it? We don't meet the requirements.
Yeah,
We just,
to get the grants for like sewer, you have to be probably doing an affordable housing project.
right.
So that's the main way to qualify for that infrastructure. If it's market rate, then typically the development will pay for the infrastructure, pay their fair share anyway. But there's ways, and we've explored ways that we can do CFDs to help that developers with that burden so they can pay for it over time. And then, of course, now with ARP coming out, there is an opportunity for the city to use American Rescue Plan funds in strategic ways that will help with economic development. So that is something that we are planning to, the team is planning to bring forward to you here in the future. They just released the regulations for the American Rescue Plan, how you can use those resources, and we'll be talking. I'll be talking about that soon.
Is that one of them, sewer, one of them?
Yes, infrastructure, sewer,
That's fantastic.
broadband,
Water.
water.
Mhm.
Water, broadband,
Yeah,
fiber.
I've even seen buildings on there too as well. The guidelines released, and obviously everybody's got 20 billion questions. So they're starting to get these seminars and stuff together, or webinars to kind of flesh some of those questions out. One of the big questions we've been asking too as well, is it like the COVID money that's come out? Not to go too far off topic, but can we use public safety as a presumed, expenditure and stuff like that? So we're strategically
free
trying
up the
to
funds.
free up the funds so that we can open it up. Yeah.
You use it on payroll, then you free up that money by an equal amount, right? To use it for anything the city needs to use it for.
Correct.
So that's
So-
important.
So again, staff is looking strategically how to put that together for you at a later date.
And get your input.
So see,
Right.
that's what we're saying. You're saying we just qualify for low income. However, I know 6 families that are waiting to move to Selma, but they can't move here because they want high-end homes. I mean, they want mid to high-end. They don't,
Yeah, and
There-
Amberwood is coming in. It will be on the Planning Commission's agenda. That is the 24th. So Amberwood will be in front of the Planning Commission on the 24th
May
for
24th.
May 24th for 270 homes. So
okay.
support that project.
They're actually coming to the planning commission for
Approval.
approval for, and they'll get permits from there.
They go Planning Commission, City Council, then to LAFCO.
They haven't annexed it yet.
No, they haven't.
Got it.
But yes, they're coming for
So the topic
annexation.
is annexation.
Yeah.
Okay. And
they-
then once they get through the annexation process, then they come back.
With
and
the
that's when they
project.
break ground, correct?
Yeah.
They ask to get the permits. Okay.
Yes, yeah, there's
All
still
right.
a process, but it's officially in the, the approval process,
Got it. So. do you
not
mind-
conceptually.
We'll get to you.
I want to say something in regards to.
I thought we were
Councilman-
going,
Yeah,
going down the
I
line.
thought you were going to cut us off, that's why.
No, no, okay with me going now
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
keep
yeah.
going back and forth. All right, so I'll go next in infrastructure. I certainly agree with everything I've heard, and I think sewer is extremely important to get housing. I agree with Councilmember Guerra. We don't just want high density affordable. We want it high end. We want mid. We want all kinds of housing in Selma to meet the needs of all kinds of people that we get here from different, economic backgrounds. I'm definitely excited about the ARP money for fiber to bring us up to date technologically. So maybe we can get a call center. Maybe we can be contenders for, some of these businesses that are looking for areas. But now that's moving away with COVID, people are telecommuting now. It's Google, what, a third are going to go back, if that. The rest are telecommuting. So we definitely have to have some good broadband here in Selma and explore that so people can telecommute from here and all the home businesses that may come up as a result of that, side businesses. The roads, I really appreciate the downtown roads that's going on around Second and High, all those improvements in roads. People are commenting. They really appreciate that. Let's not forget about the overpass at Dinuba. You know, that's a long-term project. Maybe it will get on the funding cycle for the next Measure C in 2026. Maybe it won't. It has to be a community project that involves the whole community. Caltrans has to see that. They are not seeing it as a community project yet, but that's the way it would get on that rotation. And Stillman. Stillman is such almost a no-brainer. I was telling the council a few meetings ago about this business advisory council that I put together, and they said, yes, absolutely, you know, widen that Stillman. If I guess the way the city has to do it, city manager and I were talking, is there has to be a project there or nearby, which could be, right, a local project, and then the city could undertake to make it not just what a community or neighborhood road, could make it a wider road.
Yeah, upgrade it with the demand for the project.
Right, right. So, and there were even calls for taking that Stillman Road and moving it in the other direction too, not just going to DeWolf, so that people didn't have to use Floral, takes the pressure off of Floral, and people can bypass that off of 99, take the 43 exit and go right to Stillman. They're also saying, why don't you go the other way too? Why don't you go east? And I don't know where that would actually end up, but it's an exciting potential. And you got all those roads on 43. It was built that way, as Mr. Nelson said, with all those lanes, those turn lanes. It was you could tell it was built for, you know, a major thoroughfare 25 years ago when it came in. So I think those are some components that we should look into on the infrastructure and that we should follow through on, and that ARP money is going to help us put our money where our mouth.
So far, I've agreed with everything everybody's saying. Infrastructure, like I said, start from there. And then once we get a developer coming in that they can hook up for the housing, I'm really excited about the 270 housing coming in. I don't know how long does it take to annex that property, and I don't know the time, you know, it takes to do all that stuff. It just shows that, you know, once you get started, you know, it goes all the way down, you know, more housing, more taxes, more people. And it takes care of all our other services that we offer. So that's where it starts from. And that's really top priority, that infrastructure to me, our city to grow. And that I think that direction.
Councilmember Trio?
In regards to infrastructure, we've been talking about what have a home, hit it perfectly. There are people here in this community but it's an investment between our community, our city council, what we want to do. We keep on saying we're going to wait for these grants and what we're going to do. But as I said this when I forgot her name, she came here to this presentation. I said, we have to have the foresight. We as a council need to look at what does infrastructure what does it mean? Does it mean just the sewer? It means growth. It means we're gonna grow. And in order for us to do that, we have to invest in it. Right now, I'm actually looking at infrastructure. There is ARP money. There's gonna be earmarks. But those are gonna take long. They're a long process. COVID money, I've been looking at it. I've been studying it. We've been doing this last year. COVID money is gonna be primarily for infrastructure, but it's what our plan's gonna have to be to meet the demand of what the federal government is asking. And we're gonna have to have that ready. But I will take a step back and say this. The city of Selma is looking at a project, and nobody's talked about it. Our park. Our park right now is gonna be, we are underfunded by about $8 million, correct? $7 million?
We have 4.4
Yeah,
and the
so it's about six.
package was 9.2, wasn't it? So we're about 4.8.
So, and we had, Tatillan came to us and said, hey, you guys got to start looking at packaging things together. He had a valid point. As we start thinking about growing, we have Amberwood Crossing. we have projects that can get off the ground. We become and have the foresight to start dealing with our infrastructure. And we start actually looking at the foreseeable future and budgeting these items. And when I say that, this park's gonna take some money and it's gonna take us to become creative financing. And I am for the park, but I am for the park if we become as a council together. And why are we talking about it right now, the infrastructure? The park needs infrastructure. The park needs infrastructure. So when we start talking about that, there are grants, but there are also loans that we need to look at, and we need to package things all together to make everybody move. And I think Cecilia had said that. He said that twice. And I didn't really care, I didn't really think about it, but I started saying to myself, in order to move this community forward, we're gonna have to invest, and we're gonna have to invest big. So I don't want to scare you guys, but we don't need a 24-inch trunk line. We need about a 54-inch trunk line. Sitting on SKF, I learned a lot. If we are sitting in the back seat and not having representation on SKF, proper representation, we're gonna get backseat service. Fowler's growing, Kingsbridge's growing, Selma's trying to grow. We need to invest in our infrastructure. And I say that because I know we're gonna do it. I know we're gonna do it. You know, I think we're positive we're gonna do it. So with that, I just say that infrastructure is very important to me. It's an economic thrust for the police department and the fire department.
Thank you. We'll move on to customer service, and we'll start with Councilman Trujillo this time.
Ooh. Customer service, the city's, I think since, you know, I've been on council, we've really improved on that. We've, you know, I think our planning department and our planning department and public works, and we're getting a beat, you know, from the very beginning. So they've improved. I think we have to invest in our staff. I think we invest in our departments, and that would help us. I think, but again, we need to go back to have the foresight to start budgeting these items and looking at what the needs are independently by department heads. I thought I've asked for each department to give me an analysis on their department and what it costs and what it needs. I still will say that we need that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Customer service, huh? I feel like I say, our chiefs or our heads are doing a wonderful job. And so basically, staff is following up with what you guys train on, because I haven't met, you know, all the people. Gathering in my thoughts, you know, and I never heard anything bad. So that's a good thing. Anytime, like you say, you have new people, maybe you should give them the training that they need, you know, for departments, of course. Work on that, and everybody that, you know, new people to have the training it takes to get it. Not just hire because, so.
So I'm sorry not to have Fernando.
Yeah, and I will just share with the council that he is representing the city for a REAP grant today. We actually have 2 REAP grant applications that are in front of COG and TCAC this morning. And they asked us to have a city representative there to answer any questions.
What are REAP grants?
They are a type of planning grant. So we have one application in for GIS software that will work with our permit software that we also received a grant for on the website. And then the other is for housing, pre-done plans for housing that would be not discretionary. So it's a kind of an infill promotion program.
And the reason I bring him up is because as our community development director, we've had that position go vacant for years since Brian Henby retired. And, you know, anybody who knew Bryant knew he knew the whole city. He knew everything, you know, and people would go to him and get you know, he was the planner, and you could talk to him about projects, he knew about what was coming up in Selma. And we haven't had that. And it's been a gaping hole, you know, since he left. Now we have that. And I think that was a major acquisition by the city manager and the assistant city manager in our city. And I'm excited about him coming in and filling that gap. And people have been asking for a planner. I mean, that's probably the number one request I've been getting is, I just don't have anybody that can help me, when I go in the city. And I have to say, in terms of customer service, I still get that. I still get people, and I think it's a result of not having that leadership in the planning department, the community development department, code enforcement, so important. We were talking about infrastructure, code enforcement, so important because, we have that infrastructure and we need to make sure it's to code and beautification. It cuts across all lines. But I think that the city has had to wear so many hats for so many years. Like we've got our city manager and our assistant city manager doing so much in planning. It's hard for them to step back and say, okay, now we have to put it with the community development director. And instead of you guys focusing, and this is not to micromanage, it's just what I'm kind of hearing, instead of you having to put that hat on, hopefully you'll keep training Fernando to run with his department and for him to do it so you can start delegating, because that's how we're going to get a process. So still I'm getting some complaints that people will come in and they want to get a permit or they want to do a project and they say the city is just herky jerky. Like, the departments don't really know what each other's doing, the different people in the departments. They're not saying that they're rude or the customer service is bad. They're just saying the process is not smooth. So, and I know Fernando is new. Our city manager's been here 2.5 years. Isaac was, Department of Finance. Mr. Moreno was a Department of Finance. Now he's assistant city manager. Everybody's getting comfortable with their roles. But I would like to see that as a city council member, to have people come to me and say, God, that was so easy building a house here. I took my project in, went through plan check, got the permits done. They assisted me all the way along. I don't think we're there yet. And I think that's going to be a major part and component of growing our city, is everybody getting used to their roles. And now that we're getting fully staffed, I think that that's really important. And I would keep pushing for full staffing, because I think if everybody has to wear different hats and they're doing different jobs all the time, they can't focus on their job. They're getting pulled off all the time. We need people to be able to do what they're good at and what their expertise is, and to focus on that. Councilmember.
I have to agree again with the mayor and the rest of the council as well. We have to be proactive, especially when a building owner or a business wants to come into Selma. We have to, and I think I've said this before, we have to lay out the carpet for them. Let's treat them right, because they have to get that first impression is going to go a long way. If they get ignored or they say, oh, Selma's the worst to work with, that's not going to get us businesses. So we have to, again, I have to agree, we have to get these individuals in their position, get them comfortable, let them be the ones to do their job, and kind of delegate what their position is, and you focus on your position. And if that means, again, with Tracy Tosta, I think with her, I would like to see her be a little more involved in the businesses downtown with every business. She needs to talk to them, what's their wants and needs, what are they suffering? Is there anything that the city can help them with? I mean, it just can't be the downtown, we have to look at all our businesses, because I'll tell you, I talked to the owners at Chicken Shack and they don't even know who Tracy is. I mean, I think they've met her once, but they don't have, what they would like to see is someone go out to them and say, someone say, "Is there anything we can help?" Just a phone call or just to go out there in person. I think that's going to go a long ways. So I would say that's what we really need to improve on.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
question, it's why the term welcome center just came to mind right now, but it is really that the focus, right? And they're gonna come back. One of the main reasons that I actually decided to rent, it was, I didn't know that I needed to have an inspector come to my house when I put solar in to, um, thank you. Okay, so I didn't know. I thought that was, I could do whatever I wanted to my house, and I hired getting permits, and to hear the contractor say, well, always have, things going on. They always have different, one time they'll ask, another time they'll ask for that. And so I thought, wait, what? So to me, that I could describe it is a checklist, you know, you know, um, when you get a permit, you're going to need to make sure you do X, Y, Z, and check it off and you've done it. And then that person, whoever the contractor is, the developer, whoever it is that's requesting that permit, they know if they did this, then the next step is this. And then the next step is this. And so that's one of the things that customer service, and I think like what I heard everybody too is, education is very important. Um, it's, you never stop learning. Once you decide to become a lifetime learner, you never stop learning. And I think it's very important that everybody is aware of like what's the next thing, and always have that in the like forefront. Like always think of the anticipation of have to do virtual learning, virtual this, software implementation. What get everything together to be able to make it a smooth transition. So like, those are the kind of things, and just making sure that staff in every single department is, trained, not just for you have to have, the sexual harassment training, you have to have the ethics training, you have to have no, it's what else, what other tools can we use to make them better at their jobs? And then what other tools can we use? So those are kind of the things like those building blocks. How do you get them there? And so that's what I feel for customer service under the training. And then it also helps us for our city. Like I said, some people don't know what they're supposed to do. I solar in, that's kind of what made me think like, what else, who else is having those issues, so that's how I feel that for customer service. And plus I worked for JCPenney's for so many years that that was my number one, customer service, making sure that everybody had what they needed. And if I don't know, I'm going to go find out and then I'll get back to you, type of thing. So
Do we have, speaking of that, do we have any way on the new website that people can apply for permits or engage with the housing department?
I believe that's a future capacity. When Rena do you know off the top of your head?
You can.
Ken?
I think the website has,
It's interactive.
The website. Fabulous. Functional. I think the can roll it out big enough to get the community in.
Good.
But I think that we just need to get a little more communication out there to the community as to how to use it. I think a couple of weeks of months of actually putting it on Facebook. We have a good Facebook now following. I think doing that, I think going back to what you guys are all stating, I think if we started pushing our community to, hey, you guys, you want to pull a permit, go to our website, go to Facebook, and I think people would go to it more. It would be a lot better, right? I think it's just communication, out there.
City Clerk, do you have anything to say?
Just to answer the question, so there are, all the building permit applications are on our website. What city manager discussed right now about Fernando not being here or our community development director not being here is we're hoping to get funding and have those attractions all implemented on our website. Also part of what council did recently was approve funding for the new community development software
Yes.
that we're going to also roll into our website. So
So the-
city council is really just packaging everything, and once everything is packaged completely, it'll all roll out.
Are
But
those
as
apps
of,
on-screen fillable, or can you just print them and bring them in, or? how
they
does
are
that work?
on-screen fillable,
Great.
so
Can
that
can you email them back or do you have to bring them in?
the building permit applications can be emailed, and then
Awesome.
once they're emailed,
And you
and
can
there
pay
are
online.
yes. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, in going back to what Councilwoman Guerra stated, if Tracy.
Oh, no,
would-
I'm sorry, you can't pay online. I didn't hear that question. You can email them and you can find them all online, but then you would call and make some contact at some
You can
point.
return them online, but you just can't pay online.
And that's something that we intend to improve in the future. So there'll be more modules as we go.
That goes hand in hand with the permit software we were discussing. All that kind of merges together. Say, for example, a dog license or something like that, being able to fill out those applications, pay for those things, a yard sale, submit those applications, pay your fees online so that people can get more hands-on and not have
And
to
and
come
it
to
would
City
make
Hall
it
and
more
get things.
efficient with the city. Then you don't have anybody having to touch the paper. They can just apply for their yard sale online. You can keep track of it. Same person, you can't have more than 3 yard sales and it won't let you apply online, something like that.
So
Yeah,
the
it's great
website,
that how they will all work together eventually.
Efficiencies.
the website was definitely a stepping stone to our customer service and how that's going to become
But-
much more broad.
But the only way it's gonna work is if we get the communication out to our community. And that's something that I just, I don't wanna be,
How about that billboard?
That too,
Whitson and Flora put it on there.
Mhm.
Now you can apply, get permits online. Check out our new website,
Yeah,
something
that's-
like that. Just keep promoting it. We've been at it for an hour and 20. Should we take a 5-minute break? We'll be back at 10:25.
Yep.
All right, we're back in session. And we've got two more topics to discuss on our list. The
Okay.
first is community engagement and communication. We'll, instead of going back and forth, we'll start with me and then we'll go to the wings from here. How about that? All right. So with community engagement, I really see it as what we discussed at the beginning, which was the homeless issue in Selma. I know we're going to make a separate priority out of it, but that was my major topic for the homeless engagement task force. And I think this subpart of that is settling the Super 8 residents. I think it's a deadline. It's going to be here before we know it. And I think Laura Moreno from the county and the Continuum of Care, the representative, who's also representing West Care, who's administering the Super 8, is going to be at our next council meeting or a week. We know when she's coming.
I think it's the second one in
It's not on the agenda for Monday,
June 21st. Thank you.
June 21st. Okay. And she will have information for us in terms of the resettlement, hopefully.
Yes, she understands that it's an update on how things are going, where we're at, and getting people transitioned into permanent housing and out of the Super 8. If there's any additional information the council wants, let us know and we
You know,
will make sure
because
she
in
has
terms
that.
of rides and things like that, I know Moses Stites has been really helpful with the city in terms of getting rides. If we needed the FCRTA to help us on June 30th to do any transport, I'm sure we could ask the FCRTA and we should talk to them and use that service if it's available there. I'm all for a youth center on the east side. I think that along with Boys and Girls Club on the west side, I think that's a dynamite partnership. I think that would really help our youth to give them something to do that's important. I think you know, because we can't forget the youth and we have to, people say we need to fight crime. Well, there you go. There's your way to fight crime at the ground level, you know, to engage with kids, let them know if they come from homes that where maybe they don't have parents who are plugged in or engaged, then the community has to step in. As they say, it takes a village, and, you know, the community then can show that we care, you know, and that we have people that want to help them and help them to develop as people into good, productive citizens, because that's where it all starts, right there. You know, how many criminals do you see, Chief, who say, I just don't care. I could care less. We saw that with the, you know, the gang member that hit and killed that innocent person in the car a couple days ago in Fresno and just didn't care. You know, they were just trying to get away. And we really need to get people when they're younger to show that your community does care. And that's, I think, a really important way to do it. Councilmember Garrett?
Way I looked at this is for community engagement. I looked at it more as what the community is asking. You know, they're asking for more like the farmers market. They want to do things more in our community. In fact, I mean, our phones are always ringing and texting. Are you guys going to have the Country Tejano this year? We love it. You know, we want to go. Please let me know as soon as you know, I mean, it's nonstop.
Events, more events.
Love that. You know, they were like, that's what, and you get it. I mean, these people are coming from out of town, you know, wanting to make arrangements, wanting to set that weekend aside, you know? So I think that is what we lack, and putting a community together. I mean, especially bringing somebody like the Ramon Ayala, that is big time, you know, and for Selma to have been able to do something like that. We brought 3 great bands that are big icons in the Central Valley, not just in the Central Valley, but, you know, they play a lot in San Antonio, Texas. I mean, they come from all over. So for Selma to have done that is amazing, amazing. And to bring that type of crowd is amazing. That's why they say Selma is a perfect location to bring and interact more, especially because we have the parks, you know, we have the facilities. not everybody has a Pioneer Village, you know, and it's great to do that. So I think doing something like that, and continuing to bring farmers markets that will bring and attract thousands of people is what we should be doing at our level. We should be doing that. And I think that's a big, I think our city, we lack that. So maybe that is a focus that we should look at is trying to incorporate that, and getting this community much more involved, because they say, I have to go to Hanford. I like Fowler's. Fowler's even has a nice one. You know, what about Selma? Be able to do that. And I mean, yes, they look forward to the Tejano. I mean, Country Tejano every year. I mean, we are getting calls nonstop. And could have that, you know, not just once a year.
Definitely an opportunity at Pioneer Village to make that the main venue. And parking, different things we've talked about that you all can, the team can work on.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
I have to apologize. I have to go back to like two topics to the community and economic development. I wanted to add one more thing to that. I'm sorry. It was to make sure that we plan on clearing up any outstanding obstacles that we have that's preventing the economic growth. So whatever clearances we need to have, the Department of Finance letter specifically, you know, so that we can grow. So I wanted to make sure that I put that on there, to, you know, whatever obstacles we have. Going to the community engagement. So I agree with Councilmember Guerra and Mayor regarding, you know, those community engagements. I think about, when I think about community engagements, I think about the community centers. I think about the community gardens, the farmers markets, the youth center, you know, maybe not even just west side and east side. I think it's, you know, like more of maybe 3 hubs or 4 hubs, because we have kids that are just all over the area, and some won't be able to go on to the west side, and you know, they more of like hubs, you know, different hubs. Senior center engagement. We have the senior center here, but I think again, you know, having more hubs, because we do have the senior mobile home park over on, I guess that's the west side. Dainuba, yeah, off of Dainuba behind, you know, United Market. And I'm sure they have things in there for them, but you know, there's other seniors in that area too that may not want to come to the to downtown. So having those kind of hubs, centers, and offering like job training programs, especially for our youths, again, you know, getting them out of those environments and giving them something. And some of them don't want to go to college. So, you know, giving them that opportunity to do the VROP. I'm a product of the VROP, not because I didn't want to go to college. It was just something that was offered. And, you know, I took it and I loved it. And, you know, my daughter did the nursing program. So, you know, it's things for people that aren't going to want to go to school. You know, they have the different VROPs. I think that was all I had on that. So, and again, you know, just having more of those events that we have, you know, for the community, to raise money for our different nonprofits, you know, being able to facilitate those. And so that's what I look at for the community engagement. It's just really including everybody. So.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yeah, hi. Okay, I really think Chamber of Commerce is really important. Okay, as soon as the business usually get the permit and they join the Chamber of Commerce, we're like the second stop. Actually, the businesses, new businesses that comes into town. So we do show them the welcome. We do the red ribbon for them cutting, and it's really important. So I'm thinking, you know, our Chamber of Commerce, which, like I say, I've always been a member, so I really believe we do a good job. So I think that's part of the, if we can, help with the budget on that one is very important. Of course, the youth center, another part of town is we're reaching another group of kids. So that is really important to me also. Let's see. And then one of the projects that my Central Valley Lioness Lions Club is going to bring to Pioneer Village this year, first time in Selma. It was scheduled for last year, but of course, COVID stopped it. It's going to be a Muay Thai kickboxing so it basically is it's a fight day, and it'd be, inviting, mostly another round of people was martial artists. It's amateur and it's very professional. They have their referees, everything set up. Is my brother that sets it up, and we've done it for years. So this was first time we really want to do it, Pioneer Village, and bring in another crowd, it'd be exciting, something different, and it's a pretty exciting thing because I've always gone to support my brothers, when they both do it. And usually I'm in Team Cho, and sometimes we have our own fighters in there. Usually it's like 14 bouts and a couple women ones, so it's very exciting. So I would really like to see Selma have one of those, because like I say, it would be a really good addition, something different, than anything else that we've seen. And it'd be bringing some business into Selma also.
Excited.
Yeah, he's ready. We'll buy a ticket right there.
You guys, are you guys signing up or what? No, you gotta have to qualify. Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's
Team
really,
Cho.
it's very professional. So it's not like, anything, the ambulance is there, everybody's set up there, and we have all our security, everything is set up. So I'm excited about that. It was set up for October, maybe the first weekend in October, I think. So we'll go in front of Pioneer Village first and go with that. So I'm excited about that coming up this year.
Great. Councilmember Trio,
Community
engagement.
engagement. Listening to everyone, I believe that community, yes, I have to apologize because in listening to you guys, and this is the first time. Blanca, you said it, Councilwoman Rosa Navarro, you said it best, including everyone. I think our main topic here is, and first of all, I want to get out of the way the economic. I think the youth center, I think the east side, just along, as well as the Boys and Girls Club, is a very important. I believe funding and making sure that Chamber of Commerce needs to stay true to our community, our commerce. But more importantly, we need to get our community involved. And Carol, you said everyone wants to come to Tano Festival. I had a very important role in bringing Ramon Ayala in. But it was an investment because we wanted to get the community together. Here before you to tell you guys that I didn't think of it last year. I'm doing it this year. I will have and try my best to have our organization to have everyone involved. Meaning that September 4th, when we have our first event, where we bring 3 big bands to this community that we're proposing, we will reach out to the animal board to make sure if you want, you can put on our flyer. I think community engagement priorities to sell our community. We also, September 24th, have proposed a mariachi festival. That is huge. These events are not just for money makers. And actually, we went to the Pioneer Village and made a proposal that we have a long commitment with the Pioneer Village, where we're going to be wanting to build a civic center. We will be trying to finance that, and we are going to finance it. Have an individual working on grants in our behalf for the Pioneer Village. But what I want to make a commitment to all of you today is that the organization that I'm with will be working to unify and get everyone together, because at the end of the day, our community, you guys have the Tejano Festival has a great tradition. Just started. But if we can incorporate them and start selling them together as a community, it's gonna make our community bigger and it's gonna make because we're in the Central Valley. So if we get, and we get our community to start funding good events and investing into the safety of our events and promoting good events, we're gonna do well. And that's gonna make our community do well. I believe in that when people come to our community, and we probably had 3,000, 2,500 people here in Ramonela, but they were, the majority of them were senior citizens, but they came to our community. So they spent a little bit of money in, the gas stations. And so these events are very, very, very proactive. If we work them the right way. So again, I want to reiterate that the youth center in the east side is very important to me. I think we should even give them some seed money. I think that the Chamber of Commerce is very important, but I think as a whole, as a leader, I believe that we need unity. We need to start advertising every organization that we can when we do have an event. And that is really true. So including everyone is very important. It's very important. So that's what I believe in.
Thank you. That will move on to our last topic, which is public safety, and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Public safety. So basically, one of the main thing is like, the new fire station is major. I'd like to see that going on. Training and certification is important. Then you go into the staffing part. You got to make sure every department has enough people to work it, because that's, to be efficient, you do need to have enough people, because you cannot just say, okay, cover more, do what, it's not, it's not good for anybody, morale wise or any kind of, we need to have the right amount of people to do the staffing, okay? They say homelessness is also in there, we already talked about that. So it's kind of like down the line. And so every department basically have something to do with the public safety. So have to take care of their own unit on that round, okay?
Thank you. Councilmember Trillo.
Since we've talked about homelessness, I made sure that I've included safety, fire, police department. I want to talk about the elements of actually public safety. What finances public safety? Development, economic development, infrastructure again. These are very, how do they play a very key role? Is because in order for us to have a good public safety team, fire department, police department, we have to make sure, one, training's proper. Individuals will stay with us if they're getting trained, they're getting enrichment. Enrichment meaning they're getting the qualifications that they know, the certifications they know they get. Some guys will stay at a department as long as they have the enrichment program, the training program, the retirement program, the incentives. These are items that we as a governing body should be looking at, seeing where we stand in the valley, see what our plan, what our analysis look like, because those are key components that will keep our staff for the longevity. So when we start talking about public safety, I'll do away with what our department heads should be doing, is protecting us by safety and fire. And I would bring it back to us as legislators to say, the key components should be their retirement, should be their pay, should be their training, should be their certification. And those four areas there, they constitute more money into their budget. And that goes back to what I started for in the beginning. Calculate your hours, find out, do a little more analysis, bring them to us. Numbers is money. These are very key components. These are things that we need to be holding our staff accountable, so we can make sure that we can elevate our game, get better services to our community.
Every individual in our community, and my concerns are for their families, their children to be safe. My concern about public safety is in the past, I mean, we've gone through some real trials, but we're at a good point right now with public safety. I know that we need to, number one, we got to staff. We have making, we need to make sure that have a chief that is doing an outstanding job getting our community to be where it is today. And that shows credit to him. But we definitely do need to make sure that we are getting the proper training for our new hires. You know, there's going to be a lot, that's going to be another change coming down the pike as well. They're going to do a whole new reform from what they're saying. It's going to be a new training that is going to come down, and it's going to be implemented, I believe, in the academies. And that's going to be for all law enforcement, not just our police officers, but, you know, our CHP, correctional officers. I mean, everybody that's involved in law enforcement. So that is going to be a new future. But again, you know, we're dealing with our department now, and we have what we do need to make sure, and I'm looking at the budget, we got to make sure we have the staffing. You know, we have to make sure we have the staffing. Also, I think my first priority was fire department. We've talked about this, that's next. Really need a new fire department. I strongly put that as my number 2 priority. Actually, number 1, because it's public. That is what we really need to focus on as well. So with public safety, I would say we definitely need to make sure we have the staffing, and then our fire department.
All of it? No, just kidding. Yeah, so public safety also, can you hear me? I think so. So public safety is, you know, also, although I may have not put it under the number 1, it is, you know, very important to me. And it goes more than just protecting the city. It's, you know, it is, of course, you know, protecting the community, and we do need to have staffing and making sure that they have, you know, the retention. You know, we don't want them to just have this as a stepping stone and then they're going to go. We want to be able to keep them here, whether it's police officers, fire fighters, and, you know, all of the public safety employees. And one of the things that, you know, it kind of goes with this partnership, you know, thing as well. I just attended a virtual forum or a virtual town hall meeting for the search for new Chandler with Reedley Community College. Earlier was, and, you know, one of the things that they did talk about is, you know, that college has the training programs. And so, you know, let's talk to them and see what is it that we need that they can teach them, so that those, you know, we can go ahead and recruit over to us. You know, we can benefit from those recruitments. The fire station too is another thing that, you know, we as we grow, you know, we have these 370 homes. So that's going to be something that we're going to need to grow. Same thing with, you know, the officers. The other thing too, though, is another partnership that we really need to get have is with the school. You know, having one of those when a officer for their school, because not only, you know, are we protecting our community, we want to make sure that we're protecting those children as well, you know, on campus, off campus, you know, because at the end of the day, they're our responsibility, you know, as you know, once they walk out of their school. And so with public safety, I think I still, you know, make sure that we have those partnerships to be able to grow and, like I said, retain. And I think that's pretty much it. It's a broader topic, but I think those are the key points, the retentions and the educations and the proper trainings and making sure that we minimize that liability, because at the end of the day, that's what we should be looking at, is minimizing those liabilities.
Thank you. Public safety is my number one topic. It's the my number one priority that I ran on as Selma's first elected mayor, because that's the agenda that the people gave me: public safety, economic development, community engagement. And I think, today has really reinforced all those things that I heard on the streets. I think we've all gone through campaigns, and I think we've all speak to the people. We represent our constituents. And these are all really important topics, but it comes down to public safety. That's the bedrock. That's where it all starts. We can't really have business development and that community engagement without safe streets. And I'm looking forward to filling those vacancies in our departments. I'd like to see a second commander this year. I know that was put on the back burner for last year. Would like to get back to that full staffing again. With the fire department, I know there's some issues with the paramedics. They are $1 away from the EMTs right now, and with the minimum wage going up next year, it'll be a 40-cent difference between the two. And in the labor market, I guess it's really hard for fire departments to retain these paramedics. They can make more of these private companies. And so we have to compete for that. And that might mean, paying them more. And I think the situation is urgent because the City of Selma is going to be taking over from American Ambulance next year, right? So it's coming. Yeah. Okay, so we'll be getting to that. So I think those are the kind of the nuts and bolts. To step back a couple paces at the city council level, we have a couple of chiefs with different backgrounds. We have one chief, the fire department, who came and trained and grew up in the department itself, doing a great job, really unified the department. We have another police chief, 14 months, who's come in from a really large agency, who's made a lot of changes. And I think they've done a great job. And I think this is a great opportunity at this time of year for the POA, the boots on the ground, the people who make it happen, the patrols and the FFA, the folks that go out and fight these fires and save lives, for them to get together and address their issues. So it's a really timely opportunity for that to happen and that constructive dialogue. But from a city council perspective, people are telling me they're confident. If they have a fire, the fire department's going to come. If they have someone prowling around their house, the PD is going to come and help them. And that really helps. I love seeing that. And really hope we can get back to that 5 patrols, during the day and 6 at night, because that's important. And then I will end on something I could have also brought up under community engagement and nonprofits, but I chose to do it now, and that'd be the animal shelter. It's been around for 8 years and pretty seamless with the city. It works. Animal control works with the fire department, with public works, with the PD mostly. It's part of the PD. And they just referred to it as animal control, like it's a part of the city. It's been really seamless. And the reason it's part of public safety is people get bitten by animals. It happens all the time. And one of the functions of the animal shelter is to quarantine bite quarantines. And that is something maybe that's overlooked. It's not a place where you go and just, find puppies and kittens, although certainly that does happen there. But it provides a really valuable public safety function as well, which I think is unique in our community, in the scope of the services that it provides. And that's it for me on public safety. And so with that, we are done with our topics here. With that, we can move on from here to our presentation and discussion of the draft 2021 fiscal budget, unless council has anything else they'd like to add at this point, or
Oh,
are we
Reina,
good with?
Yeah, I want to add something. On the community engagement, communications on there. Can you add the sports complex? Because I know I've gotten quite a bit calls on that as well for the youth. Well, they can't do it on the new part.
For a youth complex? Was that it?
Yeah, like a new sports complex.
Oh, gotcha.
It would be indoor. just like Dinuba's. I don't know if you've been to Dinuba's. Dinuba has a sports complex.
And I don't know if I weighed in either or where to weigh in, but the new park
Mhm.
at Rockwell Pond, I definitely want to move forward on that. I know it's not going to be this year, but I want to keep moving forward on that. Make that a public-private partnership with the developer out there and make sure that we keep moving forward. And I'm also all for the sports complex and the community center. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the presentation and discussion of the draft fiscal budget for the 2021 year.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. It is this team's honor to present the proposed and bounced 2021, 2022 fiscal year budget for the city of Selma. So this budget represents months of preparation, analysis, and discussion involving finance, department heads, and department managers. Last year, the team came together and found ways to streamline operations and expenses to deliver a balanced budget in light of significant anticipated revenue losses due to COVID. Thankfully, those losses were not as significant as anticipated. And while we must remain fiscally prudent, this budget represents growth and sustainability in mind. We know that there will be changes based upon the feedback from council that we get today and that we've received in your priorities. And we also know that there'll be changes as we work our way through negotiations with public safety, which have begun. We'll also be bringing forward at a future meeting discussions about the city's American Rescue Plan allocation and ways to strategically use those resources to move forward the city council's goals. Before we go any further, just want to point out that during this process, this meeting is open for the public via call-ins and we are live streaming. So if anybody has any budget questions, they can view this. If they won't have any questions after this meeting, we're happy to talk to the community or council members further about the proposed budget. Also, it is an informal workshop, and while we encourage you to hold your questions until the end, if you have one in the middle of a department report, please feel free to raise your questions or points. Going into the budget process, we were looking at a $1.2 million budget gap, and I commend all department heads and managers for their teamwork in balancing the proposed budget. A couple of things stood out to me as key in our ability to balance the proposed budget. The leadership in departments came prepared with lists of priorities and where they were willing to work within our means, and I thank them for that. And where significant personnel cuts and holding positions vacant were made last year, especially in the police department, to balance the budget, we are recommending adding positions this year, most notably bringing back the commander position, formerly a lieutenant classification. This budget also reflects bringing emergency medical services in-house completely this year. We're doing a phased approach and we want to move that timeline up and are recommending that. And therefore, there are significant investments in staffing and equipment to complete that transition ahead of the original schedule. And Chief Peterson will go into that further in his section. In the proposed budget before you, to further council's priorities and goals, we have increased positions in public safety and in parks, as well as increasing fleet resources in those departments. We were also able to maintain incentives for outstanding work with several promotional opportunities and annual merit increases. Training budgets, this was something you've all talked about quite a bit in this priority working session. Training budgets have also been raised compared to last year, as continuing to invest in our staff is critical to our delivery of outstanding service and rebounding from the economic impacts of COVID. Another strategic decision is the renewal of consulting services for grant funding and legislative advocacy. And we have put in the budget the draft budget, the ability to continue working with both consultants. I think it's critical this year because the state and the federal government have brought back earmarks. And so having legislative advocacy and grant writing right now with all the funding that is out there and available, we want to be sure to maximize Selma's opportunities, and we have those teams working in a coordinated way on doing that. In fact, as an example, just yesterday, I heard from Townsend that we had submitted 3 applications for transit-oriented ATP.
ATP.
Yeah, the transit-oriented applications, and they didn't make it in the first round, but yesterday the governor announced that today in his May revise, he may be allocating more funding to those active transportation programs, and we may qualify. So Jason now has the ball to make sure that we are in the forefront of trying to get those appropriations with CRISCOM. So they are coordinating very well to represent the city of Selma. So so in summary, we have prepared a proposed balanced budget of 16.4 million in the general fund that enables the city to improve service levels and address your priorities and goals. And I'll turn it over to Isaac to go over the forecast.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, before we get into the budget book itself and kind of get into the details, I'll go through a small presentation just to give you kind of where our sales tax are, some of our projections and what that looks like, what transpired currently in this year, to where our sales tax are ending up, and then do a 10-year forecast and then lead into the actual working documents. So sales tax as a whole. So in the fiscal year of 2021, we all sat here at the same tables and had these same conversations, looking at a deficit and a hole that we need to fill. Within that budget process, we adopted a number of 5.5 with our current projections and where our forecast looked as far as ending for the year, we're at a 7.4. Although that is a very strong number going into the fiscal year of 2020, that should be say 21-22, we're actually looking for that number to decrease about negative 2.1% from what our consultants are projecting. So what happened? What transpired in this current year that we're able to maintain some of those sales tax dollars and how that looks? Vehicle sales, one, dropped shortly within the COVID process, but actually came back at a stronger overall basis, a lot faster than what we normally projected. Wayfair, AB 147, the online transactions and how sales tax is actually projected has actually very much helped us. So although most of that money actually gets allocated to the county pool, as we all know, Selma is one of the biggest sales tax drivers within the county. Therefore, we get a larger piece of that with just being Fresno County, Fresno City, and Clovis right above us. So you can
Is that
see
how they allocate it?
correct. So what the allocation method works is how much do you actually get? That is how they determine how much you will get back through that county pool. With the understanding you get a lot, therefore you get that piece of that pie and how they separate that percentage out.
Can you explain Wayfair for a couple of our new council members?
Sure. So Wayfair, the best way I can explain it is think of Amazon, right? And how Amazon works. You have national organized, even international people selling the products online that are coming into our cities. Previous to this ruling, what has transpired is those transactions were actually not sales taxed. You were not getting that income coming in for those transactions. So the Wayfair and the AB 147 has changed that model that anybody doing transactions out of state is going to have to be taxed either at that local entity or at the county level so they can go into the county pool. So it has added to our overall sales tax volume.
How much was it?
With the initial projections were about over a couple $100,000 into our individual budget, and we're seeming to meet that. It blends in with the county pool, so it's kind of hard to pull that out, but it is definitely an impact that we are seeing and is helping us throughout this period.
With people doing all the shopping online during COVID.
And we'll get into how that brick and mortar and online is going through as well.
Could we get a copy of this presentation too?
I would definitely send you a copy afterward later today. So again, what does that look like and what does our model look like now? From this chart that we received from our consultants, you talked about brick and mortar versus online and how Wayfair is impacting us. You can definitely see that trend in the early years, where online was an impact, but it was steadily not growing. It was kind of just trending up. Now but you still have your brick and mortar well above overall what those sales look like on a sales tax base. This is not the city of Selma, this is California wise, okay? So what you see now due to COVID is you've actually seen those lines take a sharp turn up and we've seen those lines start to actually come together. So what does that mean? We're still capturing those sales tax. It's just those sales taxes remodeled and gone to an online basis. Our consultants do project that model will separate once COVID and people start to go out again. But you can see the online presence and that Wayfair process has impacted us greatly. So future growing around 3%. Mhm. So they always phase this out a couple years. You do have a dip within the coming fiscal, but you also have an uptick in the fiscal after that, about 3.2. So we're averaging, and we've averaged that in the past as well, about 3% growth within our sales tax base. So sales tax projections, what do they look like? So you can actually see again at that we're looking at the 2021 year using it as a base marker, and then looking into the future year, the budget we're actually proposing, you can see a slight down tip, but you can see that projection of 3% growing overall in the future years. Obviously, this is taking into account just our current market factors and things of that nature. If you had a large impact like COVID, you'd actually have a dip. If you had a new development come in, a larger overall retail space like Summer Grove or Summer Crossing come in, that would impact your overall depending on what they brought in as well. For example, the Ross that is projected, they're projected to bring another $25,000 into the city of sales tax quarterly. I mean, these retail locations, and again, going back to economic development and priorities that you're talking, you'll see that feed into what we're talking about today too as well. Going into the 10-year forecast. So we have some considerations that we look at within the revenue streams and the expenditures. So sales tax projection, again, looking at a marker about 3%. No increases in the housing, kind of give you a flat line of what that looks like. The reason we do that is because we want to show that what does it look like today as we go forward if we stay a little stale in that sense. You still will have some growth. You still have that base that will continue to grow as far as our average, but you won't get that spike. For example, if the LAR comes in and you have that increase in housing and what that looks like. So these are just giving you kind of a flat line as we would look at today and moving it forward. So again, no sales tax increase filers, standard locations, big markers coming in, just kind of using that as a growth-based mark. Having some increases in that factor because you do have businesses that come in on an annual basis. I mean, we've all been to the ribbon cuttings. You do have that factor, so that's built in, but not to a large scale as like a Walmart coming in or something to that extent. Expenditure considerations, salary increases, MOU, step increases, standard stuff that we deal with. Pension, unfunded liability, obviously one of our biggest expenditures and issues we deal with statewide, not just within the city of Selma. Increases in operation costs and maintenance costs. As we know, markets, especially your lumber, whatever building materials you're looking at today have skyrocketed, right? Those factors all impact your overall, maybe not as a construction basis to us, but it does impact what our distributors are doing from the products that we buy. That impacts their cost factors, which turns around and increases our cost factors. Okay. So as a 10-year forecast, using 2021 as a base year, you look to see currently what our proposed budget is for 21-22. Again, it is balanced. We do present a balanced budget today. You do start to see some separation between the two in the 22-23. And then moving forward, you do see a separation continuing forward. Again, not impacting as far as a large retailer coming in or some major growth factor that may come in. You can see those lines start to consolidate if those factors come in. Although you still have increased cost factors and MOUs and salaries and things of that nature. So this is a trend line that you've seen in the past. The good thing that I will say compared to last year, you saw a larger separation between the two, and you've actually saw those numbers start to come down or come together. So that's the great part about what you're seeing is, although you're seeing a separation, you're not seeing the grand separation that you saw in future years. The red is expenditures and the blue is revenues. So again, revenues exceeding your expenditures or your revenues in future years. Any questions? That concludes my PowerPoint until we can go into the budget.
Council have any questions for the Assistant City Manager? Okay. Budget.
Give me one moment, please.
Did we have, City Clerk, do we have anybody on the line would like to comment on budget so far?
Mayor Robertson, we have no one on the line at the moment.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. It'll be 12 before you know it.
All righty. So again, we do represent a balanced budget today. We'll go through the departments just like we've done in the past, talk about some of the changes, proposals that we're currently looking at, staffing level changes, things of that nature. We'll walk through some of the departments. If at any point in time you have questions within the departments, please let me know. I'll kind of give you a synopsis of what's looking at. Was it a staffing increase or what are we looking to do? So going through the first, just getting started, we'll go ahead and flip to the first couple pages. When you'll start with the employee summary page. So I won't spend a lot of time within this. What I will say is give you what staff has requested. So within the budget process, and again, accommodating our department heads here and the city manager, it really takes a team to balance a budget. It's not just finance. It really is collectively, what do you need? What can better serve your departments and the community when we go through this process? So you can't just say, okay, let's all focus on one department. You have to have a balanced approach to it because we all do work together and it takes us all to get things done. It's not just PD that does one thing. It's PD, finance, and public works and code enforcement doing those processes that work together. It's building, planning, and engineering all working together to get projects done. So you really have to look across the board and how we address those things. So for the position requested overall, there was new full-time employees requested about a total of 24. Promotions requested was 2. Within the balance budget, you'll see 13 full-time employees proposed. A great deal of that going to the ambulance fund, which we'll get into when we get to the ambulance fund, and maintaining those 2 promotions. So the summary page now. So the main item on this balanced budget you can see is your revenues versus your expenditures. You do have a zero balance, again, a balanced budget at 16.4%. So at this point, we'll go into the general fund and we'll kind of tear it apart a little bit and have that open conversation. So the first department you have is the primary department of your revenue streams overall, Department 0000. This is where your property tax is, your franchise fees, your sales tax. So you can see within this document in the fiscal year of 1920, we actually had our sales tax at 7.7. We adopted a budget of 5.5, but as you saw earlier, it's going to be much higher than that. And so within the fiscal year of proposed 21-22, we're actually projecting a 7.3. Okay, we are leaving sales tax for the most part flat. COVID is not over as far as what our revenue streams look like in the coming years. We still have to manage and fiscally be responsible for how we look to the future. Although you see sales tax being stronger than what we originally projected, property tax is the one that's going to start to lag on you. You're going to start feeling that a little bit. So we will leave it flat in that sense to be able to make sure that we accommodate what's coming forward. But again, what can impact that? More houses. Improvements in houses also impacts it. When you pull a permit, you have to pull that permit, but you also have that permit go to the assessor's office, which reassesses what your property does and impacts your overall property tax as well. Those improvements, it's not just new houses, building those pools, putting on those solars, doing those things of those natures, pulling those permits can impact your property tax as well.
Home Depot and Lowe's did really well this year because people did a lot of home improvement projects, right?
That's
And we had
correct.
A lot of permits.
That's a kind of the summary of this department. Is there any questions before I move forward? Okay. Moving to the council budget, Department 1100, City Council. This department overall, for the most part, stayed flat. You see some small increases overall. For data processing is your biggest jump. The only reason you have data processing is because you now have laptops or some type of electronic device. So you did get that allocation because of those devices. Again, internal services overall is an accounting tool. It's not a measurement or unit of what the overall department is doing. It's merely an allocation method and how we spread that money to the overall impacts.
Will
Okay.
those be changing with didn't the city retain a consultant to review those internal charges to make sure that they're up to date? Hasn't been updated in a while.
They review the overall user fee study itself, how our cost factors get implemented. They do look at the internal services to kind of certify how we do those allocations, and that's not going to change. The allocation methodology is not going to change. What we utilize as far as our fee structure and how we identify a cost So for example, what does an accountant cost? And then what does that full-time employee actually look like when they touch that document? What is that cost factor? And it's a fully burdened rate, not just your salary versus benefits, that bottom line. It's what that overall overhead and everything else that goes into it and how that cost factor looks.
So those numbers could change.
They
next
change
year.
annually. Yeah. Mhm.
Started, if you rem- a couple of months ago, right? Or are
The-
we still implementing, or are we just,
The new user fee study, we're at the tail end of wrapping it up now.
okay, good.
Yeah, so once that's wrapping up, we'll actually give you a formal presentation. There's a lot of discussion that goes into that as far as making sure, do you want to be a full cost recovery or a percentage of that cost recovery? Obviously, finance would like 100%, but those are conversations we have and what those user fees look like and how that impacts the overall community.
Will that be used quarterly or annually? Will that tool be used quarterly or annually for you as a staff?
Annually. We actually look at it annually. We give an increased factor too as well, a CPI to make sure that we keep to the current market, cost of living and things of that nature. For this go around as well, they actually give us a software basis. So if we do have a change, let's say we add another code enforcement officer or something to our permit process, a new individual within that, let's say it's a new planner, we can now reassess our user fees and rescope it to what that database looks like.
You get to pick what month and year do you start getting that annual report? Or do they give you, or you just have to go, it's annually?
We just annually adopt it. We come to council and annually adopt it.
So when that program comes into effect
Mhm.
and you have the information, will you be doing it? Will that report come to you on one month? Do you get to pick the month, or or will it just generate, or you're the one that's going to generate the month and year when it comes to you?
So I don't think it generates a report, but
It's more of a recalculating what our fees cost. And so we can actually pull out a general ledger, how much we've done. So what we do is we do more of a trend analysis. What do we collect last year versus what do we collect this year? Let's say it's just building permits, right? And that fee structure and what that assessments looks like. So we can pull that out of our database right now. Yeah. Yep, that's how we, when it comes to revenue streams, that's how we do it. We do a trend report, we look across the board, obviously taking in other factors, but that's how we generate our fee structures and take into market factors as well. And potentially what's coming in the future as well.
So it's itemized.
It's itemized in the sense of each transaction, you can pull that detail because we want to look at what transpired. Was there a big permit? Does it skew that data because it's one time? So yes, we can look at it itemized as far as how many permits have been pulled. For example, how many line items for building permits were pulled. We can look at that and that helps us, again, build our model.
So we will be charging what we definitely.
We'll be charging, yeah. That is my recommendation, yes. So that concludes that department. Next department is 1200 city attorney. Again, these are all just general fund for this point of the presentation. Our current budget is 120. We're still working through that budget. We're still on track, but we are proposing to increase that to 150 this year. As you're all aware, we have a new city attorney. As that new attorney comes on, you now have to reassess that new fee structure. Although it can gauge what has transpired in the past, that may change going with a new consultant. So we'll keep an eye on that. We did increase the budget to compensate for that so that we can move forward and make sure we don't have any budget issues in the future.
These are pretty round numbers. Will we be getting a report on how much has been spent on legal fees since January 1?
We can, if that's a request.
Thank you.
Okay, going into the next department, city manager. Again, this department overall is flat, not much changes. A bulk of it's going to be internal services and just labor. So there's not much overall here as far as a change, just standard increases. Okay. Human resources. This department overall has a large increase for the budgetary standpoint for legal fees. As we're aware, we've had some budget overages within this fiscal. We have some things that are still transpiring that we need to make sure we compensate for. It doesn't mean we're going to use that overall full amount of budget. It's just to make sure that we compensate for what transactions that may transpire. Economic development is our next department. Again, overall flat labor increases, making sure we budget accordingly for ICSC or whatever trade shows that we need to be able to get out there. Also making sure we get the marketing material that we need to get out there, so that Tracy can do her job and make sure we have that outreach. Again, going back to your visioning session and being able to get out to the community and to those businesses, this is a large part of what this department's going to do in the coming future as we start to open up. Okay. Next department is the finance department. Overall, you have a status quo for a little within the status of this department as far as expenditures, not large growth overall. Some professional services increase. But at this time within this budget, we do have a budget amount of the Chamber of Commerce. There has been a request from the Chamber of Commerce to actually increase that amount to 30,000. Within this budget, we have proposed just a number of what we normally done to be able to open that up to the council to let them know that there has been a formal request and how you'd like to give us direction to be able to accommodate or move that forward or what that looks like. So there was quite a few items within our visioning session and priority session discussing the Chamber of Commerce. So I would like to open that up to conversation at this point.
How much did they make how much did they get last year?
15,200. They're requesting to pretty much double it. They're requesting 30,000. Yes.
Staff, what constitutes staff to come to us and ask us for an increase dialogue in regards to what increase we should be doing? Staff decides that it's in the favor of an increase.
Well, when it's a formal request, such as we see from the chamber or any other group, it's more of taking those requests and bringing them and presenting to you so you can have that open dialogue so you can give council direction.
What's been your past practice?
That has been our past practice. We have a
You
formal
won individually?
individually. That's correct.
Every contract comes in front of the council, right?
That's
So
what I was
if they
asking.
approve it,
That's
then
what I
it
was
comes.
asking.
Yeah, this all has to get formulated. Again, this is just the budget process. Let's say you approve that transaction and what that looks like. You have further dollar. Okay, you're getting this increase. Potentially, what does that look like? Is there a return? Is there a report that you're looking for, or something to that extent?
We have not had an agreement with the chamber. It is understood that we provide the service to the funding to support the chamber, and they do provide obviously important business services to the community. If the council wanted to, with the increase, look at doing this with an agreement, that is something that could be discussed as well. So that there would be an exchange of services in the support that they currently do, but just formalizing it with an agreement. And the same with the other groups that you fund. You may want to consider having agreements with them for youth services.
What's been the past practice?
There has not been an agreement. Just maybe something you want to do to formalize the partnership. And have,
Okay, and the
My
council reviews it,
question,
like
well,
any other organization.
I'd like to know, my question is we're going from 15,000 to 30,000. What did they present to you to justify the additional 15,000? I think that's what we're trying to get to, how does that?
yeah, that was
How did they
additional
justify that?
services, especially during COVID. And
Yeah, the formal letter that they presented was that they actually were funded higher than that at a 35,000 in prior years back in the 90s. They took some cuts during the recession and things of that nature. So that was their statement to getting back to what they used to be, not fully, but what they used to be.
So it used to be higher than that, right?
It used to be, from what the letter states, at 35,000. They said in the 90s is what the letter states.
Basically, you're right. The COVID year really took a toll on the chamber. The only way we survived, I think, is when got some grants. Otherwise, it would be function, no fundraiser, no nothing that to continue on. Director, Mr. Bob Allen, actually did not get pay, okay? He just, we closed the office half a day, and then he did not take pay, and he just finally, we have some money, and he's finally getting paid, like today's finance report, he just got paid for May 2020. That's how far behind. I mean, it's not because to keep the office going, you're right, we need the director, and then we have the part-time person. And to me, we do as much fundraising as possible to keep the office going. And I think it's very important that you do have a Chamber of Commerce that is active and very proactive for the city. That's basically for us for breathing room. This last round, we almost, we almost did not survive. And I think in a way, the way it's going, as long as we get the membership dues comes in, because they do have a bill that they have to pay every month, there's quite a bit of money involved, and if we don't, like I say, we're not able to do the fundraisers, we won't have the money. And to me, I think Chamber is very big asset to the city of Selma.
Well,
Yes.
does anybody- So staff's asking if the recommended or the proposed amount, is it adequate for? That's what you're asking us?
We're asking if you'd like to us to include it in the current proposed budget is what we're asking. And if you'd like to propose a
Your
report or a
staff- so
contract,
staff-
or
Staff didn't recommend it to be added.
when it comes to a formal request in this sense, we don't make a recommendation. We open it to formal discussion and have that dialogue and have
Is it
council
happening
take that
now, or
action.
will it be an agenda item at a future council meeting?
We can make it one if that's the request of the council.
I'd like to see a contract. from
I
now
think,
on.
Isaac,
That's
I'm
a lot of
still
money.
not getting the clarification. Did we lose members? I mean, did we go from 200 members to now 100? I mean, what's the justification? I mean, I understand COVID. I mean, a lot of people suffered from COVID. But everybody had to get the help they can, and do what they can. But what I'm asking is, what justifies it? That's what I'm asking. Did they come back and say, we lost 100 members, we're only down to 100 members? What justifies it?
Yeah, their overall objective and how they presented the letter is just being able to continue to get out there and serve the community, get those information out there. The way they presented in the letter, and again, I'll share this letter with the council so you all have it. It says that during the process, we were called basically the 411 of Selma. We answered all the questions, offered a bunch ribbon cuttings. They were just basically overall part of the business community and got information out there, not just for a business aspect, but also COVID and anything else that may come in out.
I want to say something. First of all, I am a business owner. I understand. In order for there to be growth in our community, we need the chamber. The questions I have don't have to do with why are they asking the money? The question I'm asking is, if this was a formal request and we're in a budget session, I would have rather had the letter in front of me a week ago.
Maybe
And
make it an
understand,
agenda
because
item
right now
so
you're
we can
asking me,
evaluate a little
and
more.
that's the reason why I'm asking you, what are your past experience as the organizations when they come and ask for money? Because if that letter would have been to me about a week ago, I could have done my own due diligence and found out the importance of what the chamber that I am part of. And I just said about 2 hours ago, economic development is very important to me. I think business, we're wanting to bring downtown up to par. And I think that the Chamber of Commerce plays a very important role. So right now, the structured budget, I would have rather had that letter a week ago so I can analyze it and see what's going on and what's the reason for him asking for this. I actually support that. I support an increase because I'm going to support down the whole table, economic development downtown, economic development, the whole city of Selma. And I think the chamber plays a very crucial role, but I would rather have the letter because I want to understand staff's budget. And you said that in the past experience, you brought it to the council indirectly. So if that's past experience, has it been to the city council agenda or has it been to this in the?
Well,
We could put,
in the budget.
we could put
And
it
if
on the
it's-
agenda.
Asking you, what's the past experience? What's the past proto, what have you guys been?
Well,
what's
the
your
past
practice?
experience too as well is when we're open to the public, they come in and make a formal presentation to us.
At
Our
this
formal
meeting.
pitch at the city council, either prior to the budget workshop or prior to the budget workshop and during the budget workshop. So they actually formally come in the past.
And I'll say it again, I support this 100%, but I wanted to know what your practice is, because if we would have brought it a week ago, I could have looked at it, or do we put it on the agenda like the mayor?
Gives us that chance to review it, do our research on it.
So would you
I'm
like,
not saying I'm not supportive of the chamber. Of course, I'm supportive of the chamber. What I'm asking is, like Councilmember Trujillo stated, you know, maybe this should have came to us over a week ago. And that way we could do our due diligence, because it is important. I mean, I appreciate the chamber. There's times when I've had customers or citizens say they called the city and no one answered. And they got to the chamber and Bob Allen answered, or Mary answered. You know, somebody answered that call.
we can,
That's important. So
It-
what I'm asking is, yeah, I would have liked to have probably seen this a week ago or 2 weeks ago, so we can see, I mean, this is how we're gonna come together, is to help each other, you know, help everybody.
And
and we
should
can
have a
bring that
contract.
back to council as an agenda item along with the other requests, which would be from, if you want to be consistent with that process. The other requests we have are from the Boys and Girls Club, and Michael will talk about that in his section, and the youth center, the Legacy Youth Center.
I can understand and have some
See it, refer
points,
to
you
it.
know, last year when we gave the Boys and Girls Club, nobody can just tomorrow morning say, I don't want to fund it.
I'm all for that.
Do you understand? what I
I'm
mean?
all
'Cause
for
then
the
there's a
structure,
format. Yeah,
because it
structure.
includes the expectations of that group.
Right.
So
Yeah.
like for instance, for the chamber, if we have an expectation of growth from it, how
How they
they're
do
gonna
it, you know?
take us forward to the next stage technologically. I think that's important to have something in writing to have guideposts like that.
But also they
measurable
get the
progress.
revenue to exceed it. So because
Big chunk of change.
it's a big.
30 grand's a chunk of change.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so
Okay. Well,
And a couple other items on finance. I want to mention there is in this proposed budget, an equity increase for the Assistant City Manager Finance Director. That salary, there's a salary survey that's been done, and this would bring it more in line with an Assistant City Manager in the city of Dinuba, and less than Reedley, but kind of more in keeping with that. So that is a 7% equity increase that's proposed. And there is, as usual, 5% merit increases for the annual review of directors, all directors. And then, of course, staff, as you know, also have those in their steps in as well.
just to kind of add on to that, within the current budget, as you're aware, we're still going through negotiations with all of safety groups at this moment. So there's no defined dollar amount. I mean, you can't do that within a budget process because you're predetermining. That's not bargaining in good faith. So that is a factor that will be coming back to you, but we'll have those conversations about that too as well. So we have time. This is our first workshop. A lot of the first workshop is just getting direction and dialogue. The biggest part was the beginning of this process and getting a little more direction too as well. I think the current proposed budget has a lot of that in there. But again, this is a fluid working document that we continue to bring back.
Right there with Sanger. We're not there with Reedley. Is that because their assistant city manager's been there longer, or why is there?
The only
no
cities
equity?
that are around us that have assistant city managers is Reedley and Dinuba.
Sanger does not have an assistant.
Better
city
is
manager,
not.
But it's on par with Dinuba. With the equity increase. 5?
Yeah.
And does that person also the finance manager? Who's the ACM?
For really, the ACM is in human resources and finance. In Dianuba, the individual is more of economic development and IT.
And you're good with that?
Yes.
In Reedley, it's finance, IT, grant administration, utility billing, and collection. Thank you.
Also within the finance department, again, we mentioned there were some promotion activities within the proposed budget. There is a promotion from an accountant to a finance manager within this department as well. Any questions, further questions regarding this department? Okay, we'll move forward. Next department, 2100, police support. Oh, sorry. 1700, you're right, thank you. 1700 overall, your overall budget is pretty much flat. I will say within this department, the city clerk has budgeted for the redistricting process for next fiscal. So, but overall, it is still the same overall budget increase for potential wages and things of that nature. There is the front desk person within this department as well. Okay. Move to the next department, number 2100. This is police support. Within police support, again, police have requested multiple overall additions as far as positions. What's proposed in this current budget is a new commander and one detective. At this point, I'll turn it over to Department Head, Chief Gomez, so he can talk about what those positions would actually mean for his department. That's in operations.
Yes, so we were, I know some of you weren't here, but last year we cut, and I know 3 of you know, but the other 2 do not. We had 2 lieutenants for several years, and one of those was cut, and the other retired, a month after I started here. And then we changed it to commander, but I couldn't promote a commander until January because of other movement in the agency. So we're trying to get the commander back. So that's what the one commander is. And we'll be in charge of police support. And there's a detective position also. Detectives are absolutely overworked. And so we're adding a detective position in police. That's it. Now there's discussion of the school resource officer. Councilmember Blanca Navarro brought up, or Mendoza Navarro brought up. And I'm not sure we want to have that conversation here. I think we have it on the agenda for Monday.
It is on the agenda for Monday. Council request from Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes. So you can see that it's blank on this form now, but I have been talking with them actually since right before Dr. Fisher left about it, and I've recently had other meetings with Marilyn Shepard and Larry Textera about getting a school resource officer again.
And were they willing to pay for that, or did they want the city to pay
Yeah, if
for
you
it?
want to talk about it, we can.
Oh,
talk
we
about
can,
it.
it's an agenda item. Forget it. We could talk about it Monday. It's
Okay.
agendized for Monday, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to just say that I fully support that we should support fund this. Okay, so aside of that, we can discuss it Monday.
Okay, great.
Yeah, again, this is a working document. We're going to have more
There are
conversations
gonna be changes
and
to this.
impacts
This isn't set
overall.
in stone.
This is our, again, it's kind of a stepping stone to the overall process. It's going to shift, it's going to move. You're going to have impacts potentially in what those increases, maybe it's an SRO, maybe it's a different contract, whatever it may be. So we'll keep working it to make sure that we maintain a balanced budget overall. Okay.
2 other related issues not on here. So I've approached city manager and assistant city manager. We had a dispatcher 2. We have 7 dispatchers. One was a dispatcher 2, which started 3 or 4 years ago. I guess Chief Garner started it. and it's kind of, they're not a supervisor, but kind of a quasi supervisor. They deal with scheduling and other issues. And they get paid more than the dispatcher one. And one left 2 weeks ago, dispatcher two, we only have one. So we're starting that testing process, but we really need a civilian supervisor to oversee the dispatchers and the other civilians that I have, property and evidence clerk, and two other clerk, or administrative assistant, and a records clerk. So I approached city manager and assistant city manager on upgrading that dispatcher two position to a civilian supervisor. Not adding, I don't think we need to add a position. Since I've been there, 7 dispatchers seems to work pretty well. And I know in Fresno, even as big as Fresno is, the supervisors work the radio too and phones when they had to. So here, it shouldn't be a problem. So I have approached them on that, and also the promotions of dispatcher two. So it's not a new position where we'd have to add a lot of money. It's just that compaction from dispatcher two to supervisor, and then make dispatcher two.
Reese.
I don't
We-
know. We haven't gotten that far yet.
We're still analyzing it. It came, the chief brought this forward after the draft budget was finalized for your distribution. And I think it's a fabulous idea. You know, he's looking at retention opportunities and dispatch and addressing the concerns that he's hearing from his staff.
Yeah, there's concerns there, and it's and it's kind of interesting. What happened is once we got this new PD, everybody couldn't move right away because we didn't have our dispatch equipment. And also the jail wasn't up and running. So there was kind of hesitation for them to come over. And then one of the council members brought up, hey, I don't see any patrol cars over here. You're right. You know, they're still hanging out over at the old PD. So, you know, I direct them, hey, get over here. You guys got to get over here. So there was hesitation initially. And then what happened is I was having issues with people going over there doing things they shouldn't have been doing at the old PD. So I had to address that, but the dispatchers are still there. So they're feeling lonely, left out, because we're telling people, hey, don't go over there unless you have to. And because, you know, things were happening there that shouldn't have been happening. And we did address it, and they paid attention to that. But, you know, they need to be over with us. They need to be at the new PD.
Are
the
they there yet?
dispatchers.
Are they at the new PD yet?
No, that won't happen. The earliest would be October because of the issues with the state and getting that dispatch equipment, which we've had for quite a while. Initially was July 1st, then it got pushed back to October, hopefully. So,
And that's the state that's held that up.
yes.
So Jason with CRISCOM and Chief are connecting to see if they can help at all with any advocacy at the state level.
Can we help with
Regards.
State Senator Hurtado? Can we help with going to our politicians, our assembly member rep?
I hope so. I don't think so. Cannon was on it initially. You know, he did excellent job with it. And now Commander Garza, and he's been working with them. I mean, he's talked to them a lot. If they can, that's wonderful. If they could do it before October, that'd be
Worth a
great.
try.
No.
So just a couple of questions in
Yes.
regards to these plans that you guys are speaking of. Is this factored into your business plan, organizational structure? Is it a financial, have you guys looked at the financial cost and how it's factoring into our police department, the new police department? Another one is, you know, the carriage before the horse. Prior to our entering our police department, did we know that we had to do there are certain criteria, information, applications that should have been filled out prior to us moving into the police department that we did not do?
How about the dispatch center?
We're talking about the whole police department in general.
Oh, I'll tell you right now, there's a whole bunch.
So
That happened like that wasn't thought out ahead of time. And I guess, you know, I would say it's like, if you've ever had a new house, you buy a brand new house, there's always problems. You know, I've had 2 in my lifetime, and there's always little issues and just comparing a big police department like that. Yeah, there was a lot, I'll tell you.
So if there are, maybe there are things that we need to actually write. Something that we have to budget, if it's gonna cost us more money to bring a consultant in. Back and just wait, or we can. This is a time to analyze and find out what there is needed to make. Police department costed a lot of money, and it cost a lot of headaches, and it was a big. As council, you know, we're proactive. I can hear it from all of us. We're proactive. We want to get things done. So rather than say that we had a lot of problems, I would rather hear, you know, these issues didn't get done. And we need to get them done now so we can move ahead, and it costs us money, and it's all managing. And that's what we need to do. I just ask that we can at least find out what it is, bring it back to our council so we can know what it's gonna cost us. We can get done and get move forward, you know?
Sounds good. That's all I had on that, unless anybody has any other questions.
Oh, the civilian supervisor,
Yes,
chief, that's basically like, you're saying that it's equivalent to the dispatcher two position,
it'd be a step above that.
a step above.
Yes.
Okay, so the duties there'll be additional duties or,
Responsible for supervising all of the dispatchers and the other 3 civilian personnel.
okay.
We'll continue to move forward to Department 2200. I guess this is police operations. There is an increase and again, an addition of a position proposed for administrative sergeant. You do see some increases overall for training and things of that nature, as well as we really fine tuned and got with PD within not just this fiscal, but this coming fiscal and looked at their overtime and how that structure looks. And again, it's a working conversation, kind of fine tune what that looks, what do you need? Adding a position, how does that impact your overall? So you'll see those within this budget, but there is a proposed administrative sergeant. So again, I'll turn it over to Mr. Gomez or Chief Gomez to give a better understanding of what that position means to his department.
Yeah, so what we looked at was corporals on each shift. And we talked about that in our budget meetings, but, and with the union, we actually met with them. And there's just not enough compaction there to make corporals. So corporals would be, and what you have here is something called officer in charge, which is just a senior officer that runs the shift when the sergeant isn't there. And it caused me a lot of problems when I started here. People that disrespected them, so many problems that I just said, and then we had acting lieutenants. I had no real lieutenants. So I had to have officers in charge running the shifts. Then I had 2 acting lieutenants that were sergeants inside the office. And it was a huge problem. And I just, hey, you guys go back out in the field. I need real sergeants out there. I'll just run everything here. It didn't work very well, but I couldn't promote till December. So now things are rolling. I have 3 new sergeants. I have a commander. They're doing an excellent job. So to get away from that officer in charge, I approached my staff and the SPO president and said, hey, how about corporals? That's a development position. They could run the shifts, right? They're 2 stripers. And I think that'd be a good idea. But when we looked at it, the compaction, there was no compaction. So we'd have to upgrade every position to make enough compaction between sergeant and corporal, or they lose money to be a corporal. So second to that was, and actually the SPOA brought this up, was administrative sergeant, which we have had before, not while I've been here, but before I got here, they had administrative sergeant. That would give us 6 sergeants. That administrative sergeant could do internal affairs investigations instead of me giving them out to my patrol sergeants who are already busy, and other, like an administrative assistant to the chief and to Commander Garza can do all of that and also go out and fill in on patrol. So I don't have to use an officer in charge out there, and I can have a sergeant fill in when they go to, other sergeants go to training, injured, or whatever it may be. And for a agency our size, 6 sergeants is not unheard of at all. My friend is a chief at Fresno State. I was asking him, how many sergeants do you have? He's got 23 sworn. You know, we have 40 or close to 40. He's got 6 sergeants. And I'm like, what do you do with all those sergeants? Well, I have a training sergeant. I have an admin sergeant. I have patrol sergeants. Yeah, if we can't have corporals, then an administrative sergeant is we had it in the past here.
Financial impact for that position is 66,000? Actually, I'm sorry, that's the administrative assistant.
That's what I'm talking about. Is it that's administrative assistant? Is that what?
Administrative sergeant, and
Sergeant?
Administrative sergeant is actually impacted more like 120,000.
Organizational structure.
Yeah, the overall administrative sergeant is still a sergeant. It's just the duties that they're assigned that defines it. So their pay scale, their overall title is the same. It's just their duties overall. And as Chief Gomez says, this individual can do administrative work, could also go float when another sergeant's off. So you're not having that OIC pays or acting and things of that nature, so that you can combat that going through your process and shift levels.
So this will actually make the department more efficient because it'll bring somebody in who can do paperwork, who's more desk oriented, more office oriented.
Yes, they'll be inside unless they're needed on the street.
But they're
filling.
sworn, so they could go out and arrest
Oh, yeah.
people
Correct.
if
They
they
can run
needed to.
shifts or just like the other sergeants.
It gives that flexibility because of that title and that position. They are a sworn officer. It gives you that flexibility to do those things.
Do you think that would help morale? Pardon me. Do you think that would help morale
I
to
think
have somebody?
all of these
in the desk.
positions are going to help morale immensely. When you talk about increasing staffing, that is a morale booster. This civilian supervisor overseeing dispatch, that will boost morale, and making the dispatcher too also.
Is it hard to find detectives? That's not a job that people really like, right?
And I've talked to the people about this coming here. I can't find people to put in for positions here. I can't get people to put in for motorcycles, canine, detectives, they do. It's not such a huge issue. But coming from Fresno PD and, we'll have 30 people left over that didn't get the position here. I can't put people, they don't want to put in for it. But no, detectives.
Meaning you have to go outside and look.
No, I can't do that according to our rules. I can't go outside.
But if you can't fill it, you just don't fill it.
Yes, like right now with
These are incentive assignments, right?
Yeah.
yes, they're incentive
So-
pay assignments.
Including a detective, but you're allowed to add a detective then?
Yeah,
So-
it's an officer with
Not
a
offering-
detective
Yeah.
It's not an
assignment.
existing position, it's an additional.
Yes.
Then you're.
Yeah, so the way that
you
would
can
work
post.
is I would promote somebody to detective, then I would hire an officer. to
Correct.
fill that vacancy.
So an
Like
officer,
where the detective came from, right? Or the officer came from to fill the detective, then I'd bring another officer on to fill the vacancy.
so a
backfill the vacancy.
detective overall is still an officer, just with an assigned duty and an assigned additional pay to do those duties. So but it still classifies an officer.
Yes, it is technically. You're right.
Chief, I have a question.
Yes.
I just feel like, you hear it on the news every night. It's not just Selma's department. It's throughout the whole state of California that are searching for police officers. I mean, Fresno is offering a 10,000 signing bonus.
Yeah, see, and that's a good point. That's what you're competing with here.
Right, right.
And then we pay a lot less than those agencies. People here have left for years. When I got here, one guy just left. He went to the sheriff's department just a week
Right.
before I was hired here. And then a sergeant had already put in for Department of Motor Vehicles. And then the state takes a long time, so he didn't go until December. But I mean, people have left here for years. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Fresno PD is down 80 officers right now. They approached the academy to run their own class of 40 cadets. The academy's not going to do it. They can't do that. They never have. They've never had to in the past, but this is all over the, certainly the state of California.
Clovis is offering, I'm not sure exactly how many positions they stated they have. But again, that's another, department that we're trying to compete. They're gonna offer them probably almost double than what we could start a police officer here.
I really like what was said earlier though about training, that we have to offer that. We have to enrich what we have now. Because people, I mean, I agree with that. If you do that, you can get people to stay. People like it here. It's fun to work here. I love it here. I have a blast out there, and I've never worked for a smaller agency like that. But a lot of people, the majority, they love it. But some people, they want more money, they want better benefits. The state provides that, and Some people have been in the process the whole year I've been here. It finally came through. Just a couple here recently, finally came through for them. So, but no, I agree. Training is key. It makes us professional, like you said, and try and make things better for them. That increases morale too. It makes us professional and it improves morale. You know, the more.
Councilman Trujillo?
I have a question, Isaac, for the dispatch, can you read me that name? Dispatch number 2, is that administrative dispatch number 2? Again, going back to
So within the MOU, there was a dispatch level number 1 and a 2.
the one he's proposing, the one he's.
That'd be an
proposing,
overall new position.
That's an overall new
Supervisor.
position.
It's a
Yeah.
new
What is the
classification.
impact amount?
We
budgeted?
haven't, that just came up last week. We haven't fully assessed it yet.
Yeah,
So we're trying to figure out what does that structure look like? How does that hierarchy look like? Because right now we have a dispatcher 1 and dispatcher 2. Dispatcher 2 is more seen as Chief Gomez said, more like a lead than a supervisor. So this is more of a supervisor level position. So we're assessing what that looks like. And what that takes is more of a salary, looking at across the board, what that looks like for the departments and how that interacts.
So will that, along that you're gonna check on that, taking a position that that's left, or is that gonna be a new position?
So when we do that analysis of what that organization chart looks like, we'll have that internal conversation. He's got 3 positions here that he's currently proposing. I mean, again, going back to a balanced budget, what is your overall objective and how do you go through it? And we'll start having that dialogue and conversation and bring that back to council.
And he did propose that it would be an upgraded existing
And I think
position.
Getting to your question.
It's a promotional
there's 7
opportunity.
Dispatchers, so it's not a brand new position. For the supervisor, we'll just upgrade 1 to supervisor, then
I don't know what the impact amount.
supervisor.
Fiscal
We
impact.
haven't done that, yeah.
Mhm.
We don't know. I just wanna know what the amount of money is.
And to go back to your question that you're asking, the commander's impact would be about 146,000. The detectives is around 110, I believe. So those are the impacts for those positions.
You're
Then
not
we'll find out.
budgeting for the MOU right now? That
We
doesn't
are
include
not.
The new MOU?
I-
This is
budgeting for-
status quo.
Yeah, budgeting for an MOU again would be bargaining in bad faith. What you're saying is basically you predetermined a number
But
when you're
there are
barely starting
increases in the
negotiations.
budget. It goes from 4.6 to 5.0 million. Are putting in some increases there.
But we're putting in increases as far as standard step increases. And that's
Yeah.
just standard step increases.
No new employees are in here.
The new employees are in here as well as this,
Commander
yeah. So
and the detective,
for the
correct?
commander, the
Admin
detective and the
sergeant.
administrative
Yeah,
sergeant,
administrative
those
sergeant.
positions are in here, but they're at the current rate schedule.
Not the dispatcher 2.
That is not, that
dispatch
is
down.
barely,
We'd like to bring that back.
yeah, we'll bring that back. It's barely been discussed.
So that makes,
And again, you'll have those fiscal
There
impacts.
there is 1 dispatcher too, because
Correct.
unless you took it out, that was for the one.
That has not changed.
The one we currently have had.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Manager, did you have something? to say?
Just before we break for lunch, if I could bring up something, I don't know if we were getting there, but before you do, is this okay at this moment?
Yes.
The city attorney has to leave this meeting at 1. So before she does that, the last item on the agenda is something she should be present for. If you want to take things out of order, please.
Yeah, since we have the city attorney on the line listening. Mary, can you hear us?
I can, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. This would be the council request to receive input from city manager regarding evaluation process. And this came about as a result of the council request for the executive session yesterday to evaluate the city manager. And so I requested this after I reviewed the city manager's contract, which said that the evaluation process would be interactive. And that the evaluation process should seek feedback from the city manager for that activity. Council have any request or any they want to bring up at this point regarding the evaluation process of the city manager?
oh, go ahead, go ahead.
City attorney, do we need direction on that?
That's what I.
Yes. It's on for direction to put it on the agenda.
Need direction to put it on the agenda Monday? And how you want it put on there?
how does council want to put this topic on the agenda?
I would like to see an evaluation, that we should do an evaluation, and only because it is in her contract. And definitely have legal counsel advise as to how we should handle this. Because we, as council members, we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that, we have to keep everything in line properly, and that's why we're here. So if we can have that direction, Mary, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, so I can give my recommendation. The terms of the city manager's contract contemplated the process starting the end of April, 6 months before her contract is up, which is near the end of October of this year. And the contract requires that it be a collaborative process if you're going to be conducting the evaluation.
Thank you.
And by collaborative, also that includes what format you're going to be using to conduct that
So how does
evaluation.
thank you, attorney, city
You're
attorney.
welcome.
So how would council like to put this or Monday's meeting? And can we still put something on the agenda for Monday's meeting at this point?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
still can. Yeah,
Okay.
if the majority,
3/5 vote or 4/5 to put it on the agenda for Monday?
Attorney,
Can I just get an
3/5
answer on
vote.
that? Just then we'll get right to attorney.
3/5. It's 3/5.
3/5 to
Simple
put
majority.
a simple majority. So 3/5 will put this item on Monday's council meeting agenda.
Now? Hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. What was the April date? Somebody mentioned, I didn't catch who mentioned the April date.
Yes, so in the city manager's contract, it states that the evaluation process should begin 6 months before her contract is up. Her contract is up near the end of October. So the collaborative process of going through the evaluation should have started toward the end of April.
But I don't think anyone's going to hold it against you, city attorney. We've had a lot of turnover in the attorney, and you haven't had a chance to review all the legal documents yet. So
Correct. Yeah, I just reviewed that, the city manager contract last night.
So then I think in light of that, and in light for you to go ahead and, review it further, I make a motion to table it for maybe a month, or I make a motion to table it for a month, for 30 days.
so I had to approach the city attorney when she came on to let her know that this is something that we wanted to schedule, that I would request we schedule. If council wants to schedule the performance review, or I don't think there's anything more to review in the agreement, and we just need direction of what you want as a majority put on the agenda for Monday. It has to be given. So if you want to put it on the agenda for Monday, or you want to put it on the agenda in some other way, it has to be publicly voted on in order for you to take that action. So I just want to facilitate your direction.
there's a motion to table this particular item. Is there a second to table this?
I'll second it.
Okay. And okay, and table for 30 days?
What day, what's the day? Well, it'll be
Meetings. June
June 23rd.
21st.
21st or 23rd? Okay, June 21st.
Um, before we vote, I just again remind council that in the contract, it does say 6 months. She would get a review of 6 months from the expiration date of the contract, which is April or October 26th, something like that. And that would mean time is of the essence on this. City, if there's an agreement with the city manager, city attorney, what is the provision on this, since we're going well past the
Excuse me.
guideline on this, the timeline? Do we need an agreement from the city manager?
Well, it would be best to have an agreement among all the parties to not move forward if you're not going to follow the terms of the contract.
But not be following the terms of the contract. City manager, are you in agreement with delaying the review, even though the contract says you would get a review, a collaborative review in which you have input on how you would like to see it conducted at this time? Can you turn on your mic, city manager?
So, on Monday, I was going to request the collaborative review. And it is something I had talked to the city attorney about when she first got here, that I knew that this was something we needed to do per the terms of our contract. So it is my request. If the council wishes to provide other direction, that is what, you need to do.
I understand what you're saying. So in light of that, the city manager is unwilling to waive her rights under her current contract.
So
from
what's the
what I'm
difference?
hearing.
What's the difference between April being the deadline to the city attorney, a question I have, to now saying that we're gonna have it on the 21st?
So if I'm understanding ask that question again.
If you're stating that 6 months prior to the contract ends, we would have an open discussion, and we're doing it now, and we're saying we'll have it on June 21st, what's the difference between now we're
Let
having?
me read you the actual provision of that contract, of the contract that I'm referring to.
We've read it completely, and if the city manager decides that does not agree with what we want to do, and we want to have an open discussion and read it out on June 21st, where do we go from here? Just because of the fact that we have a budget going.
Well, it becomes a risk analysis is what it becomes. And so the risk is that this decision could be challenged. My recommendation would be to follow the terms of the contract if the city manager is not going to agree, but ultimately it's up to a majority of council how they'd like to proceed.
But the city council could replace this request with another request for an agenda item on Monday regarding what you want to see as an agenda item for Monday, as opposed to an evaluation process. It could be a different kind of process on Monday.
The manager would make the recommendation of what the agenda item would be with the attorney's guidance.
So-
I'll let the city attorney handle. Thank you.
So there's different options to city council, available to city council. You can put it on for evaluation. You can put an agenda item on for closed session for dismissal, complaint. Let me get the exact agenda description for you. So those are your options, council.
So the option could be either to put it on the agenda in line with the current contract, which would comply with the current contract to do the evaluation within 6 or so months. Or it could be put on and which still would comply for dismissal or discipline or release. Is that correct?
Correct. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint.
And those can be two different agenda items?
Yes, they can be.
Can you add evaluation to that? To those, to dismissal
You can add it as another agenda item. So you could have both agenda items. You could have an agenda item that states public employee performance evaluation. And then you could have an agenda item that states public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint.
You can add both.
Yeah, we could just.
So if I'm hearing, is there a motion to modify this request to add dismissal, discipline, and release to the public
Evaluation.
evaluation
Correct,
request,
yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro?
Yes.
Okay, and is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay. And with that,
Okay,
we'll-
so we're, just so I'm clear, Mayor, we're gonna have both descriptions on for closed session, correct?
Correct, and we already have a closed session on Monday's meeting for the MOU, a review of the MOU,
Okay,
with the police and fire. Can we
Okay.
do it early? Can we do it early, or do you have a conflict in your schedule? Can we do the,
I have no
Executive
conflict in
session
my
at 5.
schedule, Mayor. I have no conflict in my schedule on Monday, but I do want to let you know that city manager is entitled to 24 hours notice, so I will work on that with Shalene today. And Shalene is aware.
okay? So with that, that'll provide the 24 hours notice, and then can we change that executive session to following the meeting to 4:30 or 5? 5, everybody good? Okay, to 5 PM on Monday.
Okay, we'll make sure both descriptions are
May
on the
17th.
agenda for closed session, and we'll make sure that city manager gets her 24 hours notice.
Okay, thank you for that. And with that,
Thank you.
can you call the roll, city clerk?
So just to clarify, forgive me, there was a motion on the floor, and that motion was then amended to state that there would be a closed session item on 2 closed session items, and also change the closed session item that was scheduled to happen after the regular meeting. So there will be a total of 3 closed session items on Monday at 5 PM.
One is evaluation, one is dismissal, discipline, and release, and the third is the MOU review,
Correct.
correct?
Okay, and that motion was made by Councilmember Blanca Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
seconded by Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho, Mayor Robertson.
No. So it passes 3-2.
I just have a quick question. Mary, this is for you. I have several questions, but I know I can't state them out. Can I call you directly? Because I need some clarification in regards to some of the language in here before Monday.
You can, but any advice I give you, I would need to put in writing to all of council, but you can
That's
call and
fine.
ask the questions.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody
you.
else have any questions? Okay, with that, it's 12:15. We're gonna break for lunch. Do we want to just break and have a working lunch while we discuss? Is that okay? We keep rolling while we're
Can-
eating, or do you want to just cut the
No,
cameras,
let's keep
eat?
going. Let's keep going.
Okay, we'll just have a
You
working
can't go
lunch
long.
then. Keep moving. Keep going. All right, we are reconvening the meeting after our short break. And we'll be starting again, reviewing the budget with the Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. We'll continue rolling through the general fund. We'll try and move through this as quickly as we can. We got quite a few data. But just a reminder, if you have any questions after the budget process, please feel free to come to the city hall or send me an email or give me a call and we can walk through some of that information if you want to go into a little more depth or just follow-up questions. So feel free to do so. So the next department that we have is 2300 Police Administration. Within this department, just basically overall status quo, no overall increases to report. Fire Administration, within this department, there was a slight change. It's impacting this department as well as the ambulance fund, which is a request to increase or replace a part-time assistant within the fire department to a full-time administrative assistant. That budget impact is about $40,000 split between the two funds. It's more like 75% and 25% general. So I'll let Chief discuss that.
Billing is
I repeat, Definitely. Thank you for your thorough presentation. From looking for this, I mean, it's well thought out, well planned. It seems really a logical progression for the fire department. On the paramedics, the topic that I brought up earlier, where are we on that? Are we going to need, is that going to come down to funding more for the paramedics because the job market's so hot right now and so competitive? And when the minimum wage goes up, apparently EMTs are more entry level and the paramedics have more of a skill set, a skill level, more education. Are we going to have to compete with higher wages for the paramedics, or how's that going to work? There are. Right. So we were a little bit. Good timing.
110?
But they make it up by the number of hours that they work. Got it. But they're FLS, FLSA, they're
FLSA.
not public safety, so
Mhm.
if you give them if they're 6-hour work weeks, that's 20 hours of overtime, is that correct? You just can't get around that? No. Okay. So the people who are knowledgeable when they apply for a job are gonna not really worry as much about the hourly as they are about the hours they get, is that right?
Yeah.
What are other departments doing? Are they offering signing bonuses or incentives like Clovis for PD or what? Did you get any good candidates from the call for new applicants a couple weeks ago? You had a line out the door, around the block. Wow,
Wow.
like Black Friday.
That's great.
It's huge. Like that.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to the next department, which is fire operations. You could stay there. Yeah, please. So within this department, there is a change overall. Your expenditures are status quo, but there is a request for one firefighter as well. That budget impact is $98,000. So, Chief,
Or not budget.
it is currently budgeted.
We're up to the full 7 now. That would mean the full 7.
Thank you, Chief. So moving on now, we'll move to fire prevention. Within this department, there is no overall changes, very minimal increases due to step increases and things of that nature. So we'll move forward. Within the planning department, Department 3100 of the general fund, again, a majority of it is status quo. You will see an increase in the overall labor. That is due to the addition within this fiscal year of our community development director. Moving forward into our building and inspections, this is where you have code enforcement and our building inspector. Again, you're going to see an increase in your labor overall because you do have the community development director as 50-50 split between planning and building. So that's why you will see an overall labor increase here. There is some additional budget funds within the professional services to make sure that we can cover our plant checker, Rod Carsey. Also, as you executed a contract recently with Wildan for additional building inspector as needed, and those professional services as well that are needed to be able to complete those tasks. That concludes that department as far as those major impacts. Recreation would be our next overall department. There is some impacts here that we can go through. Some of the impacts that we talked about in our previous discussion and the priorities is the marquee. That is currently budgeted within $55,000 within this department. I will now turn over to Mike.
Mayor, members of the council, pretty much status quo. I did want to mention on the professional services, Boys and Girls Club has submitted a request for $38,188. Originally, 2 years ago, it was 52,000. Last year was 53,000. However, we did prorate it because of the COVID. So I think our expenditure out to them was just about 27,000 paid last year. And so they are working on getting donations and other grants to offset from the original. One of the concerns council had originally was 53,000 was, could they go out and get more assistance to lower the city's contribution, use of Salazar? Correct.
Boys and Girls Club.
This factored in the budget and the chamber.
The Boys and Girls Club, well, think of it this way. The Chamber Club is already budgeted as a standard increment that they've gotten in the past. So this is pretty much a standard increment as far as the Boys and Girls Club of their increment. We're going to do the other ones all the same. Yeah. And just so you understand too, that'll roll into the request for the Selma Youth Legacy Center. We'll take those all together and we'll have that formal conversation so that they can make that formal pitch and so you understand the overall activities.
And just the Boys and Girls Club and the Smart Center do have a lease agreement with the city. They are required to turn in quarterly reports on attendance. Now, there is no standard set that council has ever obviously said you have to hit this numbers, but they do provide reports to us quarterly. So we are aware of the activities. Obviously, last year with the Smart Center, both the Boys and Girls Club and the Smart Center reports are a lot more more condensed. But now that they're starting back open, I've noticed the last report, you can just start seeing more activity.
Did you just state that they submit reports?
Correct. Quarterly reports are required as Smart Center and Boys and Girls Club, quarterly reports. And they forward those to me. I try to bring it up to you each time so that it is asked once in a while, are they returning in reports? And so they are. So
I think you've sent them out before too, to the council,
I probably haven't. I
or reference them.
I need to,
No, you haven't.
but I do have them on file. I haven't sent them.
No, he hasn't sent them.
That'd be my mistake, but yeah, I do have them on file. So
I'm not.
I believe it's just reporting out that they're actually received to make sure there's compliance.
if you'd like to see them, I'd be glad to. I have them all condensed in files. And there for recreation, there was the Antigua Ministries request that will be coming to city council, but their request is, they're occupying the old Tories Market was for consideration of $44,471 city assistance. Any assistance they mentioned would be provided would be greatly appreciated. And they're also working through planning and building to get their facility inspected and approved. I would suggest
That would be
That'll be part of the conversation that we have.
That'd be part of the agreement
Did-
that you're working on with them, right?
Yeah.
Structuring
So,
it at the moment.
Again, that'll be, with all these proposals, there's open dialogue as far as how we're going to structure this agreement. Are you going to, is council requesting a report or some kind of mechanism to measure that they're performing where they may be? Or is council just sufficient with status quo? It's up to council's discussion. And again, with that group to say, okay, what are you doing? What are you performing? Do you want unit measurements? What does that look like? So that's that open dialogue we'll have with them.
I think whatever it should be the same. Boys and
Yeah.
girls and the Selma
Yeah,
Leggett.
no,
I mean, it's good to know how
Even-
how many kids are getting.
Just for clarification, though, Salazar and Smart Center was important for us to have an agreement because they're using our facility. Salazar is city owned.
The only,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I just want to express the Salazar Center is owned by the city of Selma. So back then, a lease agreement with Salazar for Smart Center and Boys and Girls Club was important because they are on our property. But city manager and I and Isaac have had the same conversation. If we did go to direction Antigua Ministries, we would recommend some kind of agreement be made, even though they're not on city property, just to validate their numbers and what they're saying they're being able to produce if council decides to fund them.
That would be why the city would be funding, right? To help with the costs associated with having youth come out, having the counselors and
Correct. Job training.
activities, right?
Yes.
Another thing is,
what you're really saying is you're gonna follow the same protocol that you have with everyone else. You're not
I would
gonna- you're not
recommend
gonna
that because that gives
force
you a paper
anything.
trail and gives them justification for their program. It also assists you each year, if you consideration for funding, knowing what they're providing.
I mean, I think that any organization that's getting nonprofit money should be, first of all, auditing their books, right? That's one practice that they're on their own should be doing. Number two, since they are using public funds, they should be giving us some kind of quarterly report.
I agree.
and just one more side note, these programs they used to be run with the city, right? For the city to run those programs, it would be more expensive as well.
Yeah, when I first started here, don't say how long ago, but Salazar Center, our staff had to go to the city yard, park their 2 cars and drive the old beat up 1964 city truck to Salazar because our windshield wipers were getting broken, the antennas were getting stolen, the windows were getting cracked. They were punching holes in the tires. And so if you've been here and you've seen Salazar, it's night and day.
Are they doing a mural right now out there?
They're working on a mural and that'll be coming before the Arts Council in June and coming before City Council. So yeah, the whole area there has taken, if I can show you pictures, it's a lot safer now. And you can see after school programs really help kids. So police department, we know most parents, I don't get off the subject too much, but everybody thinks kids get in trouble Friday and Saturday nights. Most youth crime is 3 o'clock to 7:30 because there's no one home to watch them. They're following their friends and they're getting dared to do something. And so when some unified start after school programs and with the programs we have, I mean, you can see the correlation why our youth crimes got better.
Thank you. So moving on to our next department, we have cultural arts within the general fund.
Senior
Oh,
center.
I'm sorry, senior center. Jump in here.
Okay.
Senior center, this is the activities that we have within Lincoln Park for the senior center itself. This overall department is pretty status quo. Am I missing one here? No, 43. So next one's cultural arts. Again, pretty status quo. This is where our Cool Kids program for the arts programs is funded. It is status quo for the general fund. Senior center nutrition. We do have a small impact. We've increased the meals and professional services, attempting to create different structures and how we deal with that. The community service director will actually be looking to FMAAA as well to assist if that program does open back up. The next department is 4700 recreation sports. Again, this department is status quo from the prior years. The next department is 5100 within the general fund for engineering. Majority of this is status quo. There is an increase within the professional services just to compensate for additional rate case when we do go out to RFP for the new consultants, which will be happening shortly. The final department within the general fund, well, almost the final department within the general fund, is the Public Works Parks. There is an increase within this overall departments. That impact is for a new maintenance worker one. The objective within this department one, we all know that Public Works has been stretched thin for quite a long time. We would like to, looking towards the future with the upcoming park, we need to start building to get those staffing levels so that we can maintain the city as a whole, not just that new park, to make sure that we have adequate employees staffing levels. It's very difficult to try and add 3, 4, whatever that number may be when we get there in one shot. So we're trying to bridge into that and get them the staffing that they need. I think that kind of summarizes it, right, Shane?
Could I just ask a question at this point? So we're trying to bring in a park, and a 28-acre park by 2024. How many additional people will that take for Public Works to maintain that place? Or so as opposed to, you know, in 2024, like, oh, wow, you know, we need to add 4 people like now this year. Should we start adding them now? You know, I think like what you're saying, Assistant City Manager, is start the process now and start putting them on, accumulating staff so that we will be staffed by the time the park gets here, rather than having to hire 4 new people with that budget pressure. Would it make sense to add another Public Works employee this year? Is there money in the budget for that to accelerate the process a little bit so that we're all set in 2024?
I think with the current levels and how we're trying to foresee it, I think we'd be fine with 1 for this fiscal. If we were to add an additional, again, with the MOU potential increases, discussing maybe what a supervisor level position at PD looks like, there would have to be I mean, this position itself costs $64,000. So that dollar would have to come from somewhere to make up that difference. And again, we still have an MOU to deal with and what that impact looks like. So
What's the impact fee right now?
Yeah.
It's
The impact-
budgeted, that maintenance one.
Yeah.
$64,000.
At
So-
this time, do we have any part-timers at Public Works, or are they all full-time?
They're all full-time. And some of the things that are hurting them too is because of COVID, they're not having those assisted adult, you know, compliance things that they're having to deal with, community service hours. So they're missing some of that component too as well. Some of that program is lacking, but again, I think kind of stepping into it so we're not having to take leaps when we get there to try and to make sure that we get that park taken care of. But not just that, you want to age them as them in so that you can get them proper training too as well.
Right, yeah, so that's what we're saying. Are we on schedule at this point if we're adding 1 now or for this
Yes.
coming fiscal year? And then we're gonna be going from we're in 21 to 22.
Mhm.
Now you're looking at 22 to 23. And then by 23, 24 should be done.
Yeah.
So maybe probably
Before.
we're looking next year, the 22 to
We'll be adding more
add
positions.
another position. or
Correct. Well, we're attempting to add more positions within those 2 increments. Depending on how those revenue streams come out in the future years, we'll also determine how fast we fluctuate that. So just because we don't have the park, we all know Public Works still needs the individuals, right? So there's overall logistically, it'll still work. It's just trying to get into where we need to get progressively.
Also, guys, we don't have the adult probation program going, which Isaac mentioned, which is a huge help. Our janitorial person has been out for a while on workman's comp. She's gonna have a surgery. And so I got one of my guys that's normally working weekdays with the maintenance crew, doing the weekend duty. So we are stretched in right now. We have been. We will be.
Will the one employee, will the additional one help?
Oh, absolutely, it'll help. It's not gonna solve the problem, but I mean, everything will help. Absolutely.
So Isaac, what would be the impact for 1 more employee to?
Another
Public Works?
$64,000.
And we kind of discussed amongst us to try to gradually chip away at that and fill the spots and get, you know, in the next 3-4 years, you know, get the staffing we need to what we project to take care of that park.
So when we talk about an employee, do we break them down to any other department, any of these?
So Public Works works in an array of departments, right? They work in LMDs. They also work in the streets program, which we'll look at shortly. The way those programs work, we have to gauge the overall cost factor. There's analysis. We talked about this for the LMDs, right? You can only charge what actually occurs. So we do that fiscal analysis within the streets program, which is one of the biggest funding mechanisms for the Public Works Department. It's right where I need it to be at this point in time.
Okay.
So the individuals that we're currently adding is fully funded by the general fund.
So when we talk about future development in regards to homes, do we take any of their sidewalk and did we take any of that money forecasted for the future income for the city?
We will when we create new LMDs. Yes, that will be a factor when we do. So for example, Amber, when it brings in, will it have an LMD that needs to be assessed by Public Works? We will look into figuring out what that takes, and we'll sit down together and figure out, okay, how much maintenance do you need? And it's not just about the project itself, it's what landscaping is out there. Is it all just sidewalk? What kind of, frontages look like, similar to like the Ravens? You have that large scope of frontage that needs to be taken care of. So yes, we do assess that.
So as we look at the budget and we analyze it the next week and a half to us, you'll be presenting it to us. Could you possibly look at adding another public works person there? I know it's $64,000. See, what we could do to
Spread it around.
yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah, okay.
The various departments, if they're working on the streets,
No,
take some of
just
it out of
present it
streets
to
and
us and
roads.
let's see where it's at. If it's not workable, then we won't do it. But if it's workable, let's do it.
Because you see them all the time.
Well, I'm
Always
more,
working.
I'm more conscientious to look at the future for our park. And if we start now and we budget it, and at least we start looking at it and for the future
Yeah.
rather than later.
We need to do it now rather than get a big cost in 3 years, when the park opens, like.
And we all know
Brand new
that.
park built that we can't make.
Can't service it, it's not much of a
Exactly.
park.
I have a question on that note, regarding the new park.
Mhm.
And this is gonna be, the first time that I'm experiencing this, probably with a lot of us, right? Because it's been a long time since we built the park. But I know when we do developments for my work, we're always anticipating like, what maintenance is it gonna take? What kind of lighting is it gonna take? What kind of this? So that we can, can we just pick it up at Home Depot, or do we have to order it from a special place? So all of those things you guys are taking into account already as well, right? For the
Absolutely.
future, to make sure that we're budgeting
That-
properly for those.
That was actually a fiscal impact analysis and maintenance impact analysis that we had to do for the grant. So we've done that preliminary work.
Gone through restroom facilities, lighting, parking lot signage,
How about water?
vandalism, graffiti, irrigation. It's
Irrigation is gonna be a factor, right? Because
That's
that's our
gonna be huge.
groundwater there. That's our store.
one thing in our
storage, right?
favor is it's gonna be a new park. So hopefully with the new thing, like a new car, it runs right. There's not a lot of
Efficient.
maintenance at the
Yeah,
beginning,
all
so
the new
that's to our benefit. So
Are we gonna incorporate any kind of drought resistant landscaping out
landscaping,
there?
we haven't really got crossed that bridge yet.
We don't have an
It's
architect,
totally
right?
makes sense.
Landscape
That's part of the
architect.
conversation with the architect.
Gotcha.
It's kind of hard because we're trying to provide green space for our sports, our youth,
Yeah.
and you gotta have grass or turf, and turf is, 10 times the cost of grass. So grass has to be watered and mowed, and
Does turf work for soccer when you're? I mean,
turf's
didn't
not
we hear
really
that?
the best. Mike, you could probably elaborate on this a little bit, but turf is not the best in where we live. It's just.
So they're moving the
heat,
goals
it's better
around.
for
Outside,
indoor
it's hot.
facility.
It's very hot. I have it at home. It's very hot. Yeah, if you don't cover it, it's very hot. It's nice, but if you don't cover it in the summer, it's very hot.
Hazard.
And it's hard it hurts when you fall. But indoor soccer, that's basically what it is. It's turf, but it's covered. It's indoor space.
Indoor facilities, you see that.
And they could put some padding and things of that nature. Right? Thank you. So our last department within the general fund is the general non-department fund 9900. This is where you'd see that at the transfer out $300,000, part of our fiscal policy to allocate to the 115 trust. As you can see, there is no longer any tax share agreements within this department. That concludes the general fund. We'll now move on to what we call the special revenue funds. This is a little bit of a change this year. I wanted to give you a little more information when it comes down to street maintenance and how that program functionalities and that impacts the budget. That fund is called 210, Street Maintenance and Construction. We don't have capital improvement. What this fund does is maintenance strictly throughout the city. So you have your public works staff, which is how they fill potholes, do street striping. One of the projects that the public works director is currently working on right now is replacing all the street signs, the letter signs that say the streets. He's currently working on getting that allocated and taken care of. He's actually working on it now. But there is a budget impact coming in the future. So those are how those projects are all funded within this department. But how this department works is it doesn't necessarily generate money, although there is an impact from our trash revenue streams to do street sweeping. The majority, how it's actually funded is through allocations through gas tax, local transportation fund, LTF, and other mechanisms of street funding. So those all get transferred into this fund to take care of those expenditures. So they're all qualified expenditures within those programs, but we offset it in this program so that we can keep everything together because it's all the same and we can just match it up in that sense.
Restricted account.
It's a restriction in South because of the expenditures and the revenues that are coming into it is what makes it restricted.
SB1 gas tax money, right?
SB1 does not come into this fund. We keep that completely separate. The separation, you need that separation
You have to
between the two.
report on that separately to the state every year.
That's correct. That is part of my streets report that gets
That
allocated.
is a restricted fund.
That is a restricted fund, and so are all the other funds that I have that are allocated. They're restricted in nature, and they come into this for qualified expenditures. So when I say when you ask
So
it's
you
restricted,
keep
it
the other
is.
funds on the balance sheet, but you transfer them. This is where you actually draw the money
This is
from.
where I draw for the maintenance aspects. So when we go into major capital improvements, we're actually looking outside and going to those major funds to draw those revenue streams down, or actually with those reserves and stuff like that to make capital improvements.
That's LTF or what's that?
LTF is local transportation funds. So what we call Article 8 is for street maintenance and Article 3 for pedestrian trails and things of that nature.
How did you pay for the new road on the road resurfacing on Mitchell or Nebraska Mitchell?
Nebraska was actually funded by a grant. The one on Huntsman was actually directly funded out of LTF. So Floral Avenue was funded out of Measure C. So you can see those big projects are coming out of those pools, not directly out of this. This is strictly for maintenance and
How
upkeep.
about what you did what we've been seeing around town? All the road resurfacing you've been doing, is that out of this?
Those have been all grant funded.
Grant, okay.
So when we get the new engineers on and we're having those discussions with them now, our current ones anyways. So when we finish that process, we're looking at more streamlining what those forecasts looked out for the projects in the future. So within your capital improvement plan, you see identified dollars. Our next step is identify projects and get those forecasted out for the revenue streams they're receiving.
Real quick question, in regards to your capital improvement plan for the streets, will you be scrapping the area, the way we were doing it with the old engineering company and bringing and revisiting a new structured plan of attack for the streets, or will we be using the same plan they had?
It's really kind of gauging what we had and making it work for us. So we have a pavement management plan.
Yeah.
We're actually going to take that plan
Mhm.
and get it assessed and upgraded to have mapping and GIS.
Yeah.
And what that's going to do is actually color code the streets throughout the city so that we can bring that back and show you a presentation of what that looks like. I mean, I think we've presented that report to you. It's a lot of numbers, it's a lot of data, it's a lot of spreadsheets. We're going to get that cleaned up and present that so that we can get you more formulation of how we're making those selections and what that looks like and why.
And I asked that because being in the concrete business, we have an analysis in regards that due to the paving versus concrete.
Mhm.
So I've been involved in that because I'm in the sales. So the question I have is, so you'll still be using the same format, you'll just use some of that information and
We're
kind
just
of
enhancing it.
enhance it.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on to the next fund. The next fund is Measure S. You're going to see your sales tax for Measure S coming in, which we're projecting at 1.4 for the fiscal year. There is some changes within the fund. Again, back when we made some cuts, the commander that has been discussed is 50% funded out of this department, as well as 2 officers. The 2 officers were already there. But we did add a slight difference within this fiscal by adding some multiple vehicles for the police department. Chief Gomez has talked about this in the past. There's a grant out there from San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution. This structure and format as far as equipment for $175,000. is to pay for that difference. In addition, with the individuals and the positions he's adding, he's requesting an unmarked vehicle for about $36,000. So other than that, Measure S is pretty status quo and transferred into the general fund for the supplemental transfer. Okay. Moving on to the ambulance fund for our enterprise funds. There is a request to add positions. This is going to be our biggest overall add within all our departments, to add 8 positions, non-safety EMTs and non-safety paramedics. I'll turn it over to Chief so you can discuss that.
Thank you. So a year and a half ago, when we came before council with the thought of taking transport services back over from American Ambulance. American, they've provided a great service for our community for since 2013. They came in at a great time. It allowed us to develop and advance as a fire department, which we have done. And now we felt like it was an opportunity and time to take those services back over, which we started. It was a 3-year plan, which we could start it at the beginning of year 3 or the end of year 3, because the contract that we have goes through the end of year 3. But we have been able to incrementally move forward faster than had expected. So we took over the 24 hours. We started with the 12. We took over the 24 April 1st. We took over the 24. So our proposal now, that's gone well. Our proposal then is to take the 12-hour back starting September 1st. That would be 2 full-time EMT positions. And this is the opportunity I was speaking of earlier, where we would provide an opportunity for our current full-time employees to pick up 12 hours a week working on that ambulance. So instead of bringing on 2 additional full-time paramedics at a cost of probably around $160,000, we're going to use overtime at a cost of about $100,000. I believe it is $108,000. So it actually saves us money to do it that way and provides them with an opportunity to make a little bit more money in overtime. So that's the plan with the 12-hour card. It does entail 2 full-time EMT positions to balance managing that unit out. And then January 1, taking it all back. So that would mean the additional 24-hour ambulance with 6 full-time positions, 3 EMTs and 3 paramedics, just we have now on our current 24-hour. It does entail purchasing 2 more ambulances, which had been the plan, at a cost of $225,000 a piece. And that includes all the equipment that goes with it: gurney, heart monitor, various supplies, the load system, all those various items. We have looked into housing, reached out to the property owners there across from the hospital where American is currently at, and they've expressed a willingness to just transfer the rent agreement over to the city. It's a good spot. It's already, I mean, they're going to take all their furnishings out. You know, we've got some budgeted money in the budget to furnish it. And our biggest concern right now, logistically, is ambulances. Been strange what COVID has done, but there are, I'm sure it's been in the news, there are computer chip shortages. So we got a call last month from our ambulance dealer warning us that ambulances may be hard to come by. They did have 6 to 8 on their lot, and we asked them to put a hold on 2 of them without a commitment, but they agreed to just put a hold on just in case if council approves this budget and we move forward, you know, hopefully we have that opportunity. But that probably logistically, that's our biggest concern right now, is to make sure we can get those 2 ambulances.
The budget for this.
That's in the coming fiscal. It's proposed in this budget book.
It's budgeted.
Included.
It's currently budgeted, yeah. Again, like he stated, so the staffing levels start as of January. The equipment will be purchased as soon as the budget's adopted, or the purchase orders and everything will be signed, so that he can purchase or start the process in July, so that he can get ready, so they can get prepped, get all the equipment and things of that nature. but the staffing levels would not start in July. So the budget impact for the staffing is $329,000 because you're only seeing half of it, but you're having that savings from the reduction of the contract or removal of the contract. So
Have you done any analysis on when both of those would be bringing us back?
we constantly have that conversation, I think, every month because of how logistically. So in the first part of the budget process, we talked about the general fund and what that new position will look like. A lot of the things we have going on with the ambulance fund is controlling how we process those documents to make sure we get that revenue stream. In addition, on top of that is not just logistics on that portion, but being able to maintain our own staffing within the city so that they're not getting mysteriously pulled away for some other reason. I mean, they got to go out when they get called out, but we know that they're operating within the city and we can manage that properly, maintain that paperwork, which in turn will increase our billing ratio as far as bad debt. So we have started to project that out. And what we look at is how many trips are we still missing and things of that nature. That's how we kind of assess, okay, given our revenue streams, and we get the reports too from our ambulance service, and how you gauge it is, what is their overall collection ratio? So right now, our collection ratio per the number of trip, we get like $500 or so per trip,
So-
which we bill out more, but that's our collection ratio, and that's how we look at it.
Right, so last year we had a deep conversation, if you remember this, where we talked
Mhm.
about how the process was being built and how it was being handled.
Mhm.
And you came and told us that, hey, we're gonna need some people here, and we're gonna have to add. And we did, but I know that adding more ambulances will add us more people, the cost. But I, like a businessman, we know that we invest and we make more.
We were giving up like 25%
Yeah.
what we could have been
Well,
getting.
yeah, to answer that, we are picking up about 90 extra calls a month since we added the 12-hour ambulance.
Yeah.
That being said, there is still,
More to get.
I say it's a service that we provide to the community first, but I think everybody understands there's a
But they're
business
using us
aspect
too
of
to
it.
go
as
out of
well.
county because they're not having enough.
It's an
capacity.
enterprise
Right.
fund.
There is
We're
other
servicing.
service and revenue out there.
The more
and-
ambulances, the more revenue.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, it's got to be a balance. You got to have that balance of cost versus return. So yeah, there's a fiscal analysis that goes along with it. So-
Justifies.
Yeah, you gotta, if you have that loss in trips, you can potentially with another bus pick up those other trips. You had too many trips, then you got somebody sitting around.
Yeah.
So it is a fiscal analysis as well as a logistical analysis. So-
The area, I've preached this quite a bit, but the area is very busy and it seems as though it's getting busier. And I'm not just talking about our area, but Assistant City Manager touched on it, is going into other areas. We turned over, Chief Uresti provides me with a report every month. This last month, we turned over a little over 100 calls in our area, but we responded to almost 80 calls additionally in other areas. So it's a pretty significant rotation, and almost half of those were in Kingsburg. So there's a rotation of calls going in and out, but even we're still turning over those calls. Our goal is to capture them. So I've got, let me see here, $43,000 in part-time hours also in here. We will have an extra ambulance. The extra ambulance is on standby in case one of our ambulances goes down. But while it's not being used, we want to implement some of those part-time hours to bring on EMTs, part-time EMTs that are just working per diem. And they can handle some of these transfers that we get coming out of Selma Hospital. A lot of times they don't need a paramedic. And we can capture some of those calls using that fourth ambulance with part-time people at a relatively minimal cost.
You could send EMTs out instead of paramedics.
Instead of a paramedic, yes.
And
And
then-
many of the calls, especially the ones that come out of Selma Hospital, are only require EMTs. They don't need the paramedic.
What's
So-
the difference in call? When can you send an EMT out as opposed to a paramedic?
It all depends. So if we're referring to just transfers out of the hospital will request it.
Just a
So
ride.
if it's the person, obviously the greater the illness or the worse condition of the patient, then they will request a paramedic. Once we've utilized all of our paramedics, then we can, if it's not coming out of the hospital, even locally for emergency calls, we can still send EMTs, understanding that we also have paramedics on our fire engines. So while we're not putting them on the ambulance, we have incorporated them into our responses when we just get EMTs, they ride into the hospital with the ambulance. So we're,
Existing staff, so you have firefighters that are always
right.
paramedics.
And we told them, you know, we sold this early on that we would not put firefighters on the ambulance permanently. But they do understand if they're on scene as a paramedic and an ambulance shows up with just EMTs, that they may take 20 minutes and ride into the hospital with them.
And that's another reason how we fiscally separate those duties. Within the ambulance fund, you have 6 captains. We have a total of 6 captains. 50% of it's funded by the ambulance fund and 50% is by the general fund, because those captains and those paramedics are overseeing the departments on site and stuff like that. So that's how we have that overall spread to make sure that we can balance those overall duties.
Are there any electric ambulances yet? There's electric PD cars now, it sounds like, coming in, or ambulances far behind.
Probably not. We haven't heard of anything like that just yet, but I would imagine that they'll have to work out some issues because you typically have to charge. The charges will have to last quite a bit longer because you may have an ambulance leave and it may be 10 hours before it gets back to quarters. So that you do run into those issues. And just as a comparison, kind of, you know, wrap it up, I projected for next year's budget, if we spend this money now on these, you know, costs for the new ambulance and things like that, projecting next year's budget comes in at somewhere around 1.6 million. Compared to what we were paying American, we were paying American 1.5. That was only for 2 ambulances. So we're paying American for 1.5 million for 2 24-hour ambulances. For another 100,000, a little bit more, we'll be doing 3 ambulances and 4 part-time.
Oh, that
So
really is
that just gives you kind of a wrap up of
business decision.
how this will play out in the future for the city, you know, if we do this now.
Sense.
Thank you,
Good.
Chief.
Thanks.
Moving forward, Pioneer Village. We did note prior to executing or I'd like to note, prior to executing the final document, we realized we're missing some revenue, about $12,000 for additional rentals and within the Pioneer Village Fund. So you do see a negative loss of $46,000, but it's with those revenue streams added in, it's more like $34,000. This department or this fund has gradually been churning through those reserves, and with COVID, they've had another impact where they have no revenue, they have no venues in which they make their meat. So they do get some revenue through the cattlemen's rental agreement, which is split 50-50, but a majority of it is built by the programs and how they function. And as you know, from everybody that uses that park, it's almost rented almost every single weekend. And we've gone to no revenue stream, and it's greatly impacted this overall fund. We've seen negative losses within this department before. This is not new, just not to this great extent as well. They're depleting their funds as well. So that's something I'd like to note. Going into the reserves, I think they had about $20,000, so this won't impact it. But given that what we're talking about as far as COVID and potentially open up, we talked about that today, revenues as far as venues potentially coming back, that will greatly impact this fund and help it out. But we do want to emphasize what this fund is currently doing and how it looks.
It was at 100,000 before, and now it's down to 20,000, you're saying?
Yeah.
And then-
It was even higher than that a while back, but
It
it has.
seemed like it was pretty high.
Well, it was high, but
All the usage.
they didn't have, they restructured the overall, the Pioneer Village Commission itself restructured how they utilize that facility and created a venue or event type of venue, which opened the doors to be able to have those revenue streams come in more constant and thorough throughout the year instead of kind of just piecemealing it in special things and special events and stuff like that. So it's really become a more family-oriented park where you can have those weddings, quinceañeras, or whatever it may be, that is now drawing those revenue streams. And Mike has done a good job as far as restructuring what that fee structure looks like to make it competitive so that we can actually bring in those venues as well, large or small.
Do they still does Pioneer Village still get its own landscaping and pay it out of its profit center, or is that something that Public Works?
Public
does?
Works is still doing it. Public Works actually, so the general fund gives an allocation to the Pioneer Village to assist with its maintenance of the facility, but then they turn around and transfers out 15,000 back to Public Works for those services they provide.
That was one of the requests the commission had was, would the city council consider waiving that 15,000 to help offset their loss this year?
Well, you're gonna be out of money another year or so. Probably gonna need to, don't you think?
As Isaac did mention, though, I'm knocking on wood. This June 15 hits, revenue is going to help. On Monday, you'll,
Come back.
on your agenda, you have the Danish trying to come back. That's $4,200. That's $350 a month, so that'll help. When few years ago, when the 100% of Kettlemans used to go to Pioneer Village, and council decided to help the Arts Center too, because they're both good programs. So that 50% when it went to the Arts Council helps the Arts Council. And then when the Danish decided to move to Fresno to a smaller office, that was a loss of revenue.
How about the TOT? Does any of it go to the Pioneer Village?
Not presently.
At 50%? Okay.
Is that $15,000 negative number already factored into here?
For the 50,000 transfer it's in
Negative.
professional services. That's how we allocate it.
The 15,000 you're requesting
Oh, it's
factored in already in the budget?
no. We're status quo right now. We're status quo. So that 15,000 is coming out. What they're saying is that not to incur that expense of 15,000. So. Okay. Moving forward, some of these other funds are pretty status quo. We may go a little faster. 603 is a transit fund. It is status quo. This is the agreement with Fresno Transit or Fresno Rural Transit Authority. So we do have a small return and a transfer into the general fund as we normally do. The Arts Fund, similar conversation we just had with Pioneer Village. They are currently showing a deficit, again, largely impacted by COVID. They were doing a great deal and great strides to make sure that they were retaining profit within this overall fund. And they were about negative $2,000 before COVID hit. And they were actually online to actually gain a revenue stream at the end of the fiscal year, and then just fell out completely. So this fiscal does show a drop, but again, we're hoping to actually maintain some of those funds when COVID opens up. We will be having further discussion on how we can kind of get them where they need to be to some kind of maybe potential fresh start, whether that's to loan them the money so that we can get them whole and they can start back, pay it back, look to potentially ARP to close that gap, or there's some other mechanism so that we can get them potentially where they need to be. Nicholas has done a great job as well as Mike is trying to get this fund where it needs to be. But when you don't have venues, you have no money, you have no revenue stream, but you still have the hard cost, right? That does not go away. So we'll have further conversation on what that looks like. I just want to kind of start that dialogue so that we can come back and have further discussion.
Okay.
We'll project probably close to 80.
80,000 deficit.
We will start.
Request?
Sorry?
Get a request?
We'll give you a formal presentation on what that looks like. That's just enough number of what we're looking at right now, but we will lock that number down so that we can have a formal conversation.
We do have a $30,000 grant request in the California Arts Council, which is for general expenses.
Great.
Townsend helped us with that. There is the shuttered venues, which is nationwide. I think you just saw my weekly report. Because we're owned by a municipality, we're the third priority. So probably not till August, September. But that's based on the percentage. But I think we're looking about 35 to 45,000 for that too. So hopefully something comes up. Again, this is June 15th. We are going to be doing apply heads over heels at Pioneer Village. If we can't open the center, we can do outdoor theater. So revenue will come back.
Time's looking good. Time's good. Things are looking up for the Arts Center again. That's good. And then just back quickly to the transit service, does this include the new maintenance center?
The maintenance center itself has no impact to us. There's no, it's just where they house our staff. That's all it
Gotcha.
does.
And on the transit service, is that a contract that the city is renewing this year, or is that next year, or when does that renew with FCRT?
We're getting close to finishing up the 3-year term with the extensions coming up. So yes, we'll be having that conversation with
And the city's
Moses.
going to be looking to extend that, right? It's been
We're
profitable for the city.
we're having that conversation. Again, we'll, just like any other contract, we'll do a fiscal analysis and what that looks like so that we can have that discussion.
That is 7/1? Is that with fiscal year?
I think it actually ends in August or, yeah, it wasn't flat on the fiscal year that it ends. So, but we'll have those preliminary conversations because there is a budget impact, obviously.
Contract, you always bring it to the council, so. we'll see.
Exactly. So we'll have those contracts, but a fiscal analysis really needs to be done on that contract to make sure that we're doing what needs to be done. Okay. So our next departments that we go into are internal services. These departments, again, have a methodology in which we take expenditures that you can't directly classify. Is it just PD or is it overall everybody? Think of it in the nature as overhead. So we have individual departments that kind of classify things and bundle them and then reallocate them out. A majority of these funds have like a 90% impact to the general fund, if not the high 80s. So the first one that you have is insurance. Again, this is where you have all your RMA allocations and all your general liability, workers' comps. We did have an increase within this fiscal year. The allocation methodology is used is basically salaries because the insurance is basically around workers' comp and what those salary impacts would be. So we use that as a methodology to spread those dollars.
Price of property doubled, almost tripled.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The police department was included. Yeah, and that's their budgetary number. We don't, it's not something we can come up with. It's the RMA as a whole, looks across all four and they give us their budget and what we approve it and that's it. So
There are like 30 cities that are part of the RMA.
there's a lot. Yeah, there's, I want to, for some reason 36, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
And the RMA auto over 25K, that's the amount.
That's
the
larger
city retains.
vehicles.
For the large vehicles.
That's for the
value
larger
over
vehicles with
25,000.
value over 25.
Premium on
Mhm.
those.
Okay, no further questions. We'll move on to fleet. Fleet, again, just in internal services, the mechanic within the public department, fleet department. Maintenance is all vehicles, so we had come up with a methodology of spread. Not a large overall increase within this department, so it is overall status quo. We use the methodology of how many vehicles in each department is how we spread that methodology. Okay, the next department, building utilities. Building utilities, how we maintain our facilities. You saw us talk about a little bit more about this department last fiscal. We really wanted to focus on, keeping up with what we currently have as far as getting roofs repaired and things of that nature. This is what the department does. You do see an increase overall. Again, there's some things capital that we need to take care of to make sure that we maintain our facilities as best we can. Next department is general overhead. You see some leases for overall copy machines that kind of get spread around for the most part, but that's it. The allocation method that we use is employee count per department. The last and final department overall, data processing. This is where you'd find your IT component, your technical services, data path that we use that services all departments. There is some capital in here so that we can replace some equipment that the leases are currently ending so that we need to replace it or send it back. So it is aged. We do have a program in which we try to rotate equipment out every 5 years to make sure that we keep things fresh and that we stay secure. That concludes that department. The next page is
We
what
still
we,
have a rep from Data Path that comes out here and helps the city.
yeah, we
Are
have,
they still here like on call
they're here twice a week.
twice a week?
Mhm. So the next department is just, it's not departments, I'm sorry, other funds. It's just fund balances within the point in time for this period. So I did this report as of May 12th and just to give you a snapshot. I won't go through this completely. If you have any questions, let me know because it is quite lengthy. I will say you see some negative amounts and majority you'll see that is because, for example, we just talked about streets. It says negative 261,000. We haven't made the transfers yet. That occurs at the end of the year. Or it's probably grant funded, so we have to incur those costs and then submit back to them to make it whole. So those costs, those negative balances will be cleaned up as of the end of fiscals. One of the last components that you have, passing those sheets up, is your transfers in and out. Again, the transfer is coming from Measure S, supplementing the general fund. You'll see those numbers. New to this form is the same thing. We talk about the street maintenance program. You'll see those fundings, those estimated amounts are going to be coming into the fund, that fund to cover those expenditures, Measure C, gas tax, and LTF. Everything else within this is straightforward and status quo. We do have the capital improvement program that is last. I won't go in depth with this. Whatever is currently programmed as far as in the current proposed budget is allocated within the first year of 2020 or 21-22. So you will see that in the first line item. If it did not occur within the period, it does get pushed out and figured out how it's going to work. You'll see the park in here. You'll see our storm drain project in here. You'll see the purchase of the ambulance in here. So you'll see multiple projects that are allocated directly into this CIP report. Any questions?
I just want to say thank you to the Finance Department for all your hard work in putting this together, and the city manager. Thank you for getting all this information for us. And thank you to the department heads as well for getting all your budget numbers. It's a huge task, and we really appreciate it at the council so we can evaluate, do our job as citizen representatives to make sure we're doing our fiduciary duty.
Thank you. And again, it does take all of us. It is a team. It's not one person. I want to thank Heather as well. She takes a lot of part of putting this together and kind of getting the analysis done. We're constantly sitting together. Okay, what about this and what about this, and reassess ourselves to make sure we grab it all, because one slip can create you an issue and we have to come back and reassess. So thank you again for everybody in council.
Great. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for your
Thank you.
presentation. City Clerk, do we have anybody on the line who would like to comment before we adjourn this meeting?
Mayor Robertson, we have no callers on the line at this moment.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn? This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.